17:15, okay. Good evening, everyone. It's 5:15, but before I call the meeting to order, I just have a little bit of housekeeping, and it's about the fire marshal. So thank you for being here this evening. Before I call the meeting to order, I'd like to recognize that we have a large turnout this evening. There's quite a few people out in the lobby as well. And with that, we need to be mindful of the occupancy limits in the council chamber. So the occupancy limit in chambers is 94 people. That means if every seat is taken, it allows up to 7 people to be standing. So I need to ask that there be no people filling in and sitting on the steps. So as long as it looks like we're good right now. So that's obviously to allow for the flow in and out of the room. The occupancy for the lobby is 246. We currently have 31 seats in the lobby for visitors. Also, there is a room off the lobby where we are able to stream the meeting as well, and it holds another 10 people, so there would be seats in there. And I would ask that people rotate in and out to the common area after they've spoken, to allow those in the common area to come in to council chambers if they'd like to speak. So once you've spoken, if you want to just head out and then let someone else come in. I plan to call a recess for 10 minutes at approximately, I'm thinking 7:15. So keep that in mind, and probably maybe around 9:15 as well. And then for logistics, washrooms are out in the hallway, outside the chamber, and we have arranged for disposable cups in the common area out there for those who would like to go and get a glass of water. All right, so I will call the meeting to order. And we start every meeting with a land acknowledgement, and this evening we'll be doing that as well. And Councillor Radwan will be reading that for us. So Councillor, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. The land on which the city of St. John or Mennequist is situated is the traditional territory of the Wolastoqey. The Wolastoqey, along with their indigenous neighbors, the Mi'kmaq and Pescatomakati, signed peace and friendship treaties with the British Crown in the 1700s that protected their rights to lands and resources. Let us take a moment to pause and reflect.
Can I ask everyone to please stand for the national anthem? Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the few singers that were in the crowd. It's the first time we've had that, and I did love that. Okay, City Clerk, next item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Next on the agenda is the approval of the agenda, and there were a few additions that were sent out to council just earlier. One was a letter from Save Lorneville, letter from Jay McCaver, updated map Schedule K, letter from John Williamson, translation of the bylaw itself, and letter from Conservation Council.
Okay, so I'll take a motion to approve the agenda with the additions. Thank you, Councillor Harrison, Councillor Darling. On the question, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. I just want to let everyone know that we'll have Councillor Killen on the screen this evening. She's coming in virtually, so she is here. Next item, City Clerk.
Next, if we have any disclosures of conflict of interest.
Not seeing any. Next item.
And next is item 4.1. It's the public hearing for the proposed municipal plan and zoning bylaw amendment with PAC report and staff recommendation regarding Spruce Lake Industrial Park expansion.
Commissioner Poffenroff, I'm handing this over to you for the introduction.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. This evening's public hearing is for a municipal plan amendment and rezoning that was submitted by Dillon Consulting on behalf of the City of St. John and the New Brunswick Regional Development Corporation for a number of PIDs, 5524-3588, 5523-7077, 5523-3456, and a part of PID 5524-3596. The municipal plan amendment and rezoning will facilitate expansion of the Spruce Lake Industrial Park. The application was considered by the Planning Advisory Committee at their October 2024 meeting. Based on the recommendation of PAC, Common Council chose not to proceed with the public hearing on November 12th and directed the CAO to establish a task force involving city staff and Laurenville community leaders to facilitate further discussions on the application. That process has concluded and the public hearing has been set for this evening. There will be 4 speakers prior to the official opening of the public hearing this evening. The first speaker will be Ian McKinnon, General Manager of St. John Industrial Parks, followed by Jennifer Brown, Community Planner with Dillon Consulting. The next speaker will be Jennifer Kushner, the city's Community Planning Manager, followed by David Dobbelstein, a director with Growth and Community Services, who was a co-chair of the Laurenville Community Liaison Committee. And with that, Your Worship, I'll now hand it over to Mr. McKinnon to start off the presentation.
Thank you. Ian, over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. I'm just going to pull up my presentation, I think. Where is it? Oh, yeah. No, that's not it. Yeah, there you go. Excellent. Thank you. I wanted to, for those that don't know me, I'm the General Manager of St. John Industrial Parks. I have with me tonight John Runcie. John is our Vice Chair and Board Member. I just wanted to introduce him as a level of support for what we're working on here this evening. So I wanted to remind everybody about the background of why this land. I'm going to give 6 reasons. There's a lot of detail in this slide deck. I probably won't hit every item on here, but I have handed around a paper copy of this for reference. The land represents 1,500 acres of contiguous owned land, and that's going to become very important as we get into the evening. This is the only financial feasible area in the industrial expansion. Although there's not parcels available today, this is the only financially feasible area. I recently saw a letter that depicted from the Minister of Natural Resources that the government is committed to increasing conservation of lands 10 to 15%. However, this particular site that we're talking about has been held for many years for future development, making it unavailable for consideration for protected areas. So that's an important note about this particular property. In the industrial parks and in our city, we have a low inventory of large parcels of contiguous land. We continually are asked about big parcels of land, and we don't have it. And that inhibits our ability to grow. Water is important. Industrial water there's tremendous capacity in the Spruce Lake area. The McAllister Place, by contrast, does not have industrial water. Most industrial attraction and inquiries require large quantities. It's the very first criteria when we're contacted. In the park today, there's potable water and wastewater services, and it kind of aligns with our goals on developing this particular area. Energy is a big deal. The land in this particular area is at a cross-section of transmission lines connecting both Point Lepreau and Colson Cove. It's a unique competitive advantage based on where this land is. The east side of the city, in contrast, doesn't have that. There's limitations there. Like I said, most industrial inquiries that we get, the very first thing they asked about is water and then power. We also have green energy at the Birch Hill wind turbines. Next item is the road infrastructure in this particular area. The land is situated having direct access to exit 112 interchange on Route 1. This is the most immediate and direct access to the highway infrastructure of any industrial area in the region. King William Road is constructed for industrial use and can accommodate truck traffic, leveraging existing very expensive infrastructure. And this already exists in this area. For an industrial context and zoning, north of this land is an industrial park already, Spruce Lake Industrial Park, and south of the land is an 1,100 megawatt generating station. And in between those two, the bookends is King William Road, which is the land area that we're talking about. In addition to that, there's marine, there's water access for a piece of this land. And in the Spruce Lake industrial area, there's a barge terminal that exists today. The barge terminal has the ability to move large manufactured items to a terminal and on the water and to be shipped to another location. That's a unique asset to have in that particular area of this land. So investment in industrial parks, one of Council's catalytic projects. Tried to answer some questions here. Is this a growth strategy with the greatest potential impact? I have to say that there's no larger opportunity for investment in industrial parks. The province has held this land for approximately 50 years for the purpose of economic development opportunities, and they're here. Globally, there is a reshuffling of trade corridors, there is onshoring, friendshoring, and there's a small window of opportunity right now to capitalize on this rearranging of global markets. So if we don't rezone the land, can we still accelerate growth in the existing industrial lands? The answer is no. Without availability of lands and the necessary supporting infrastructure, we will lose larger scale opportunities. If even possible, it would be years to assemble and find energy, water, land, road, marine in the current form that exists in this particular area. We must leverage the infrastructure to be competitive. This is a critical time in our history. We either act now or lose it. If we delay or do not rezone, development opportunities will go elsewhere. The business will invest. It's just a matter of where they'll invest. And we want them to invest here. Why is the growth opportunity so important? Global firms are knocking now. We check a lot of their boxes with all of these assets. They can have months or years of rezoning uncertainty. Another item that is happening in parallel to this, on May 4th, I read an article in the Telegraph Journal. The title or the headline said, "Forecast predicts recession, pegs NB with the slowest growth," referencing a Deloitte economic outlook. Deloitte is saying that, or predicting that our province's economy is going to grow by 0.6% in 2025, tied for last with Quebec. We can't let that happen. It doesn't need to head in the direction of a recession. We can compete nationally and internationally. Without growth, our city would be challenged to maintain services. So business interest inquiries, what's happening? What types of developments are we seeing? There have been numerous and very serious inquiries into large parcels of land. Recently, we had inquiries that have ranged from 40 acres to 250 acres. So again, the industrial parks today does not have a parcel of land, 40 acres in one piece. It's all fragmented, and we wouldn't be able to serve that. The very next criteria, as I mentioned earlier, that's inquired on is power and water. Both of these things naturally exist in this particular area. Without large available parcels of land, can we accommodate industrial development? The answer is no. Without the availability of large parcels of land, we will lose these opportunities. There's a shift happening in industry. Shifting geopolitical landscape is driving a trend to return industry to domestic markets closer. Time is now, and business won't wait. So specifically, what types of business have interest? St. John Industrial Parks maintains a pipeline, a list of inquiries. These inquiries come to us from Invest Canada, ONB, and Envision. They come in the form of green energy, green manufacturers, data centers, transshipping warehouses. And all of these items were represented by Jeff Sear at a presentation with the Lorneville Community Liaison Committee. We wanted to make sure that they understood the industries that are represented and that are inquiring. These leads are grouped on based on a level of activity. The levels of activity range from initial contact to formalized interest. So I wanted to share with you tonight that typically when we are dealing with companies, we're under non-disclosure. We cannot divulge anything at all about what is happening with a particular potential project. So knowing that I was coming here tonight, I contacted 2 companies of particular interest that have serious interest in coming here and requested an exemption to be able to speak at least in part about the size and scope of the opportunity. I cannot say their name, but I can tell you what the size and scope is. The first one is a data center project. We have formalized interest and a letter of intent written by the company to build a data center that the capital investment estimate would be $1 billion. The building size would total about 600,000 square feet and would sit on a 120-acre parcel of land. The land size is directly dependent on energy availability. The particular business is already talking about possibly more land depending on how much power they can acquire. The number one input for data centers is power. A data center, by the way, is just a large building with racks and racks and racks of computer equipment. And by the way, there's one in Milledgeville right now. Important note. We estimate the jobs to be created, 750 during peak construction and 150 ongoing. This particular type of business requires lots of third-party service providers when they're operating, so there'll be spin-offs of this. We estimate the property tax base to be somewhere in the order of $120 to $135 million, and that'll yield $3.1 million to $3.5 million in city property tax annually. By the way, these letters of intent were received by us at the beginning of April, so this is very new that we had this level of interest. The second project is a green manufacturing project. The company has authorized me to indicate that we have a letter of intent, the type of business, I can't say their name, and the capital investment for this project is $1.1 billion. The building size is in the order of 205,000 square feet, and it would be situated on 64 acres of land. The jobs created during construction are estimated to be 800 at peak, 70 ongoing, and again, this type of business is heavy on third-party service providers when they're operating. The property tax base, we estimate to 50 to 100 million, and the city property tax annually is $1.5 to $2.5 million per year. An important note about this company, they authorized me to share that very soon they're going to be announcing another project in St. John with somebody else. So I was authorized to share that as well. Both of these opportunities are massive. They're now, and the letters of intent are as a, formalized interest. That's where we are with these guys. So to close, this is a once-in-a-generation industrial growth opportunity. The land, in its proximity to existing industrial business, power, industrial water, potable water, municipal wastewater collection and treatment, marine access, barge terminal and with moorings, full highway interchange access, and the existence of appropriate roadway make it a logical choice for further industrial development growth. All of the items listed above differentiate St. John in the industrial development marketplace. It's our edge. Deloitte has predicted a very poor economic outlook for New Brunswick. We can't let that happen. With the two very serious files being worked now, there is potential for over $2 billion in investment in St. John, Atlantic Canada's industrial center. Time is of the essence. We have serious interest now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. For my team, usually with the, you're good, with the presentations, we'll do all the presentations and then we come back to, right, at the end, okay? We'll be coming back for questions. So yeah, questions at the end, after, yeah.
Okay to go?
Ready for you, Jen, thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hello, Council. My name is Jennifer Brown. I'm a senior planner with Dillon Consulting. My role in this project was to really support staff capacity here. It's not often that you see the city apply on behalf of themselves, so it was helpful for the city to bring me on to support their staff in formulating this application. First and foremost, we're looking at a series of amendments to the municipal plan, a series of amendments to the zoning bylaw. I'll go through these amendments very quickly and just give you an overview. Jennifer Kirchner will come up after me to give you the details of these amendments as well as staff recommendations. We're really looking at a package of amendments that includes the expansion of the primary development area. Just one second here, I'm having a hard time seeing the screen. So we're extending the primary development area around the Spruce Lake proposed expansion area. This allows for the extension of municipal pipe services, essentially, to service future development. We're also looking to make amendments to the municipal plan, which includes some changes to the future land use map. You're looking here, what you see here is your existing future land use map and then the proposed future land use map. What you're seeing in the proposed future land use map is the extension of the heavy industrial designation. You're also seeing a strip of land that backs onto the residential properties that front onto Laurenville Road of 150 meters of park and natural area designation. With respect to text amendments to the municipal plan, we're looking at Spruce Lake specific policies that recommend and guide future development to be light and medium industrial uses. Policy recommendations are also included to support the facilitation of a new zone that speaks specifically to Spruce Lake Industrial Park. Your existing zoning map is here on the left with the proposed zoning map on the right. Again, you'll see the green strip that runs along the residential property lines that front onto Laurenville Road. That's 150 meters of area that'll be designated zone park. The large portion of the site is proposed to be zoned Spruce Lake Industrial. There are a series of text amendments as well proposed to the zoning bylaw. Importantly, we want to just highlight here there is the establishment of the 150-meter area between residential property lines and the expansion area as park zone. This also applies essentially the Spruce Lake zone, like I said, to the entirety of the site. There's text amendments that are needed to make this happen, additional definitions to support anticipated development trends that Mr. McKinnon outlined in his presentation. There's also a series of setbacks proposed as part of the amendments. We're looking at a very high level, we're looking at setbacks that as the land use intensity increases, the setback from property lines increase. We're also looking at a very similar structure for height, recommending that as the height increases, you're really looking at increased height allowances to King William Road. So the further the distance from the residential property lines, additional height allowances further from those residential property lines. That outlines the application that was made for the expansion of the Spruce Lake Industrial Park. I'll hand it over to Jennifer Kirchner to provide additional details.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council, and those who are also in attendance for this evening's public hearing. I will try to be efficient with my time, but there's a lot of technical stuff that I want to make sure that I am relaying appropriately so that everyone has a base understanding. Of course, you can ask me questions afterwards for clarification purposes. So our proposal before us is the Spruce Lake Industrial Park expansion. With this, it would create an additional 511 hectares of land for industrial development within the expansion area. This would also include development guided by the new Spruce Lake Industrial Zone, which would permit a range of commercial, light and medium industrial uses, with limited heavy industrial uses being permitted. The map up there, and I apologize, all the maps are included in your agenda package, so you can zoom in and take a closer look. But the subject site is located largely along King William Road, adjacent to the existing Spruce Lake Industrial Park. It includes 4 separate PIDs. The 2 smaller PIDs located at the north of the site are owned by the City of St. John and the industrial parks. And the remainder of the 2 properties are owned by New Brunswick Regional Development Corporation. So those 2 entities serve as the landowners for this application. The expansion area is largely undeveloped and forested land and is located adjacent to existing infrastructure, including King William Road, and in proximity to city water and sanitary services, which can be expanded. As part of the application, we would be expanding the primary development area, which is largely the area within the city where city services are available for development purposes. This provides a very detailed summary of the key components of the municipal plan amendment, which is largely expanding the primary development area to the entire subject site. Currently, sections of the land adjacent to King William Road are already located within our PDA. We would also redesignate land on our Schedule A to employment area and park and natural area, redesignate land on our Schedule B to heavy industrial and park and natural area, and establish new policies to really guide and shape the type of development we'd be seeing in this expansion area, including the enabling policies needed to create the Spruce Lake Industrial Zone. Before you is our future land use map, the current version. So within this, the areas shown in gray, largely along King William Road, represent our heavy industrial designation. The areas in very, very light or pale green are our rural resource designation area. And then the darker green is park and natural area designation.
Within our future land use map, it was really developed as part of Plan SJ with really high-level concepts of the general land uses that exist, natural features, and proposed uses we'd see in the future. And within this, 178 hectares, located largely along King William Road, is already designated heavy industrial designation within our municipal plan. Our municipal plan really has a large-scale vision for what growth and development would look like in the city. And included in that is the Spruce Lake Industrial Park, which is the subject of tonight's application. This vision was adopted in 2011 and acknowledges the existing industrial uses across the city. As for our future land use proposed, I will acknowledge it can be very difficult to see the nuances there. So the white line represents the subject site or the parcels impacted by the proposal. And within that, we have areas that are hatched, which show up as a bit darker. Those are areas that are not seeing their designation change. They're the existing designation. And that does include some of the land within our plan boundary along King William Road. Within this, the area that is going to the gray color would represent new areas redesignated to heavy industrial. And then the area shown in green would represent the areas that would be designated park and natural area. And within the park and natural area, this includes the 150-meter buffer, provincially significant wetlands, Mill Creek, as well as Marsh Brook. And within this, within this, I want to just point out that when you do get to do site assessment on a property, they were able to really refine the locations of the creek, the brook, as well as the provincially significant wetlands. So you will notice a difference in where those are laid out. It refines those boundaries based on site analysis and more detailed assessment, and actually incorporates some additional arms of the creeks that were not previously identified. Probably the most easy to identify is the one on the other side of King William Road. So there's a nice little green line there. So this does provide the opportunity to kind of reassess and update that. And I, acknowledge planning jargon can be difficult at times. Most individuals will have very little interaction with some of these terms. So we just wanted to make sure that we're providing a bit of a base level because you will hear the terms designation, zone, and land use throughout this discussion. So designation is largely associated with our municipal plan. It is a requirement of the Community Planning Act for a municipal plan to provide statements of policy with respect to different types of land uses. So it's very high-level policies and direction for how you develop your city in different areas such as residential, commercial, industrial, and it's really based on the type and intensity of those uses. It also doesn't get into very detailed regulations unless there is something very specific that maybe warrants some special language. Zone is established in our zoning bylaw and is also a requirement of the Community Planning Act. It corresponds to the designations in the municipal plan and really establishes what you can and cannot do on a piece of property. So this includes regulations like how far away does my garage need to be from my property line? And lastly, land use, which is a very specific use which you can do on a piece of property. And there may be conditions of the use. It may be subject to specific standards, but it provides some examples like a business office being permitted. Given this, there is a larger question at play. Why do we have one heavy industrial designation and then 2 zones. So within our municipal plan, we have the light industrial designation and the heavy industrial designation. The heavy industrial designation permits not only heavy industrial uses, but as well medium industrial uses, which are established through our zoning bylaw. Within this, the municipal plan largely envisions heavy industrial uses through the heavy industrial zone to be located outside the primary development area. And for those areas designated heavy industrial that are inside the primary development area, that would typically be developed as medium industrial uses through those applicable zones. We do have the image here of the area. Outlined in black is our primary development area currently, and the industrial land that is located within that is currently zoned medium industrial. The land on the other side of King William Road and outside our PDA is zoned heavy industrial. So that creates kind of a guiding principle of where each type of zone would go within this single designation. We are creating a specialized zone that primarily focuses on commercial, light, and medium industrial uses, with very limited heavy industrial uses being considered. And with that, we are proposing it as part of the primary development area section of the heavy industrial designation. We do not have medium industrial designation within the municipal plan. So when we are looking at establishing industrial areas, we basically have light industrial and heavy industrial. And then our existing zones fall under one of those categories. Light industrial designation is really limited to the light industrial zone. And then the heavy industrial designation can be implemented through the heavy industrial zone, medium industrial zone, and what we're proposing is the Spruce Lake Industrial Zone. The Spruce Lake Industrial Zone is really a customized solution that is unique compared to our existing zones. In particular, we wanted to identify what you would see in a heavy industrial zone versus the Spruce Lake Industrial Zone. Our heavy industrial zone really limits the uses to heavy industrial uses. There's no light or medium industrial uses largely considered as part of it, and commercial uses would also not be envisioned as part of that zone. So we would be looking at things like the asphalt plants, a scrapper salvage yard, concrete plants as the type of permitted uses in the heavy industrial zone. With the Spruce Lake Industrial Zone, it is more of a mixture ranging from the commercial to very limited heavy industrial uses. And a large number of the heavy industrial uses we would find in our heavy industrial zone are actually being identified as prohibited in this zone, which means they would not be able to be established. And that includes asphalt plant, cement plant, and so forth. Really creating a separate and distinct zone that really focuses on the types of uses that are being envisioned for the site. Our current zoning for this area contains medium industrial, green energy, and rural zones. The green energy zone is the very bright green on the screen. The gray is our medium industrial zone, and then the rural zone is the very pale green. And this comprises kind of those subject sites that would be considered for rezoning. The proposed zoning would take the majority of the property and rezone it to the new Spruce Lake Industrial Zone. And then the remaining pieces of the land, which comprise of the 150-meter buffer, would be rezoned to the park zone. So this would take the existing medium industrial zone, rural zone, and green energy zone and see them transformed into this new zone. Now, within the specialized zone, it will create really establish a new approach to land use, setbacks, and development standards for this specific area. Our text amendments also include creation of some definitions, some of which already are referenced in our zoning bylaw, and others are new definitions that would align with some of the uses that could occur. And as well, Schedule K, which will illustrate the proposed scaled setbacks that would accompany the zone. Within the zone, we categorize the permitted uses into 3 broad categories. Other use, which would be your largely uses you'd find in a commercial zone. Industrial use, and then lastly, volatile heavy industrial use. We have a few examples proposed up here so you can see, but the full zone standards are in the agenda package. But this provides some examples of what types of uses might be looked at, and then it influences what the type of setbacks or development standards would be in play for these uses. The subject area has been divided into areas A, B, and C. And the location of where these uses are permitted depends on the type, and it corresponds with these setbacks. So, for instance, a data center is identified as one of our other uses. And within that, it could be located in areas A, B, or C on the corresponding map. So that would mean they would have a minimum setback of 150 meters, which is included with that green buffer. And then they would be subject to this internal setbacks for the placement of new buildings on the site. Items that are classified as industrial use, such as a warehousing facility, would be permitted in areas A and B, and would be subject to the zone standards as well. This would basically equivalent to a 250 meter minimum setback between the use and the existing residential property lines. And lastly, volatile heavy industrial use would only be permitted in area A, would require a minimum setback of 500 meters. And I will note that there are only 5 uses in the zone that are categorized under volatile heavy, 4 of which will require risk assessments, which may establish further setback requirements as part of any mitigation strategies that might be required. And these uses are also subject to other conditions of use, which may also enhance the setbacks or site development requirements. A very brief chart that really just highlights the differences in setbacks from our medium industrial zone, which is the zone that is located currently along King William Road and is adjacent to some of the residential properties. Our heavy industrial zone, the original version of the Spruce Lake Industrial Zone, and then what is before you this evening as current. And what has occurred based on feedback provided through the community discussions is a more robust setback standard. So for instance, originally it was envisioned that volatile heavy uses would have 150 meter setback. We are now at 500 meters from residential properties. Offensive, or what we're now just calling is industrial use, has gone from 30 meters to 250 meters. And then we've separated the other use, which could be your retail convenience store, to 7.5 meters from the property line, also subject to that 150 meter buffer. As mentioned, there is a series of prohibited uses that have been recommended as part of this zone. These uses are, if you were to think, what is a heavy industrial use in the city? This list would hit on probably the major ones that would immediately come to your mind. So fertilizer manufacturing, petroleum refinery, pulp paper mills, and scrapper salvage yards. So these uses would not be permitted within the zone, although these uses are typically permitted in our heavy industrial zone, which is one of the key differences between what we're proposing this evening. In addition, we do have some proposed environmental protection and safety measures that are being looked at. A Section 59 condition is recommended, which would create a mandatory groundwater monitoring program to be located within the 150-meter buffer there area. This would be established as development is phased in and would be developed as part of a project created by a qualified hydrogeologist to establish a framework for this. And the illustration above just provides a concept of what it could look like as it's phased in. It would really be subject to how development occurs in the area. In addition, the provincially significant wetlands, which have been identified within the subject areas, are going to be subject to a 60-meter buffer. This is double the requirement established by the provincial regulations. And as well, risk assessments are going to be required for all volatile industrial uses, including bulk fuel storage depot, hydrogen bulk fuel storage depot, as well as hydrogen manufacturing. As for community benefits, staff are proposing a resolution that would direct the development of a community benefit program. In particular, a change being made to our land for public purpose policy. Currently, anytime a subdivision occurs, if land isn't taken physically, money in lieu is taken instead. We are proposing that any money collected through subdivisions within the land zone, Spruce Lake Industrial, would be collected, and that funding would be directed to community projects within the Lorneville community, as opposed to the current process, which collects the money and then the money is spent on a as first come basis based on grant applications from the broader community. Overview of engagement. So we did have the original PAC meeting back in October. There was also an open house July 2024 and a series of 8 community liaison committee meetings. As the time of me preparing this, which was last Wednesday, there were 214 letters received, including letters received during the public presentation process and PAC meeting, as well as for tonight's meeting. That number has undoubtedly gone up. And just to summarize, there would be 3 bylaw amendments before you. Bylaw Amendment 10638, which is to amend the municipal plan, and that includes amendments to the maps, as well as establishing new policies to guide the Spruce Lake Industrial Park expansion area. Bylaw 111-196, which is a zoning bylaw amendment to undertake the text changes being proposed. Zoning bylaw amendment 111-197, which would be the rezoning or changing of our map. And then as well, the Section 59 condition associated with the groundwater monitoring program and the resolution regarding the land for public purposes policy.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. All right, so next, oh, David, you're up next.
I think so. Okay, good evening, members of council and your worship. Tonight I'm going to speak about what staff heard primarily and what we changed, without trying to duplicate what my colleagues have said. So before I even get started, I do want to give recognition to all of the representatives of Lorneville and various stakeholders who participated in over 27 hours of meetings from November through to April, long into the hours away from their families, sometimes traveling as far away from Fredericton through the snow. We witnessed incredible passion and dedication and goodwill and engagement. In those meetings, I would characterize as ones where there was listening and respect and proactive discourse. I would say that we didn't always agree on things, but there was a good faith attempt, certainly by both representatives of the applicant and the Lorneville community, to come and meet with each other regularly and talk through some of these issues. And you can see the fulsome details of that report as part of your kit. And again, this came from a resolution that you passed in October, that you directed us to create this task force, and then for staff to come back with recommendations based on those meetings. And that's what we've done, and that's what you're seeing tonight. So what we heard is captured in full in the report, and I'm sure you will hear about it far more broadly than we could ever describe it from members of Lorneville who are here tonight en masse. Certainly we heard very loud and clear fear, distrust, anger through decades of various experiences they've had with all levels of government, whether beginning with amalgamation to expropriation to the existing Spruce Lake Industrial Park, and the list goes on and on. What we clearly heard was it doesn't really matter what kind of intensity of industrial use there would be in the area, the Lorneville community would be opposed to it. And certainly the city's position was, well, we do want an expansion of the industrial park. So those diametrically opposed ideas still remained at the end, and that's where we are tonight. I expect you'll hear that very loud and clearly. But again, I would characterize staff were not there to talk at residents of Lorneville. We were there to talk with them. We wouldn't have given up 27 hours of our time away from families to talk at them. There was meaningful dialogue, and I would say you would see that reflected by the significant changes from the first report that was submitted to PAC in October to what you have before you this evening. And so what we observed as well, and this isn't so much opinion, just as general observations, I won't go too much into depth, but again, we've characterized, and you heard from Ms. Kirshner here, we're primarily looking at light and medium intensity uses in the park. The Grandview Industrial Park out east is what most would characterize as heavy. One of the challenges, as Ms. Kirshner alluded to, is there's a very broad range of uses that can happen within a heavy industrial designation. Anywhere from the extreme end of an oil refinery or a canoport all the way to a self-storage depot. And I don't think anyone would conflate the two. But that's one of the challenges that we know people have with understanding the nuances. And even staff who've worked at the city for a long time, myself included, practicing planning with the city for many years, have still struggled with those definitions, right? So it is a difficult thing to grasp. We understand that. We also know there's often confusion too between the differences between, well, what's a rezoning process or a municipal plan amendment process and an EIA process. And to add to confusion, you have the applicant who's regulators on both sides, and we can understand why there'll be some confusion. We're going to talk a little bit about those processes separately this evening. Many residents in Lorneville have very, very deep roots in that community. We met many of them who've been there for 6 generations or more. They have really strong social attachment, very long memories, some of them very negative, obviously. Some of them would remember their parents' homes or their grandparents' homes being expropriated from them, and those memories are still fresh in their minds, and we heard that very loud and clear. We also witnessed a tremendous amount of pride from Lorneville residents. They certainly see themselves as St. Johners, but they see themselves also as unique in St. John, not unlike any of our other residents in other neighborhoods. There's a tremendous pride that we see from residents in Lorneville. And they invest in their community. We see a tremendous amount of volunteerism, whether it's cleaning up the side of the road, whether it's investing in trail building and management. And certainly we heard loud and clear fear from the community about a loss of the green space that they've used, even though the province expropriated this many years ago. When you heard from Mr. John Herron in a letter in your packet that those lands aren't intended for conservation, they are for economic development, the community has used those lands. And so there would be a feeling of a sense of loss of access. We also heard that residents are very concerned about wetlands. And again, the point here is not to take an opinion that they don't care about wetlands elsewhere. It's just a simple observation. We did speak about a lot of alternative sites at the CLC meetings. We couldn't always speak very clearly about specific sites because some of those specific sites that we looked at are privately held. And the reason we can't disclose privately held land, because if the word got out that government was interested in potentially acquiring lands for an industrial park, the price would go up. And certainly we've seen that happening with different speculators trying to take advantage of the situation by encouraging the city not to consider redeveloping this because price for lands would go up elsewhere in the city. But you would have seen in your emails, it's in the packet on page 748, an alternative site which the Lorneville community proposed, the lands across the street opposite King William Road. Many of those lands are protected watershed areas, and they have as much wetland, if not more so, than the wetlands we're talking about tonight. And even at the end of Alloy Drive, another site that Lorneville talked about, I believe that's on page 929 of your packet, also has wetland and also borders provincially significant wetlands as well. So the challenge with this, as we hear from our development community, there's swamp and rock everywhere, as they put it. It's impossible to build almost anything unless you run into wetlands. So we certainly recognize this as a challenge, and a challenge that's faced by the city in trying to find development sites. And we heard very loud and clear from the Lorneville community, they're doubtful that regulators and regulations will protect them. Certainly there's been a lot of painful experiences they've had from the Paddy Cell dump site and leachate over the years and other things, and fighting against the Crane Mountain landfill, which eventually was not located there, but moved to where it is currently. And so there's a real sense of healthy skepticism that we observed. And certainly we heard very loud and clear that residents don't feel the EIA process or the rezoning process have been transparent. And certainly I think you heard from my friend Mr. McKinnon, he got permission to speak at a high level about some interest, over $2 billion of actual real life interest. But even still, it's impossible to talk specific about those companies due to NDAs. And the reason being, companies don't want to disclose where they're looking because their shareholders don't want to tip off to other companies what markets they're looking at in case that someone else is going to beat them to it. So they have to be very cautious about where they disclose. And I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit later in the presentation. So what we changed, and you heard a lot of those changes from Mitch Kirshner a few moments ago. We now have moved from the originally 30-meter buffer, which is the same setback as every other medium industrial use in the city, to now the most stringent setbacks in the province between industrial uses and residential neighborhoods. There's limitations now on height that we proposed based on the other uses that are going to be in the park, whether it's a business commercial, whether it's medium industrial. We also did further analysis after the CLC meetings, which is part of the reason it took us 11 weeks between our last meeting when we met with them. There was additional shadow studies done. We wanted to understand whether there'd be impacts of any potential buildings on residential properties. You can see that information in the CLC report, and the short answer is there wouldn't be shadows cast by any buildings that we've been able to determine, for instance. There'd be significant limitations on emissions. That's sort of a major speaking point. It's a bit nuanced, and all the details are in the zone standards. I won't get into those. If you have questions, certainly you can ask those questions all throughout the evening. There's a lot of restrictions on permitted uses, as Ms. Kirshner said. There's clarification again on risk assessments. And again, I just want to really drive this point home. Even if you might think that a use could be permitted, let's say, you know, there's a semiconductor factory that is interested in developing here. That's something that we've talked about. Well, they would still have to do a risk assessment if they have any sort of use that has any manufacturing process that would be considered risky. Let's say they use an acid for etching the semiconductors, which is what they do in Silicon Valley. That risk assessment would need to be done by a professional risk assessor. And it would need to be done to the satisfaction of the city's development officer and the fire chief. So there's independence there in that observation. And if the risk assessment determines that even that 500-meter minimum setback is not required, if it can't fit in the park, it cannot go there. Right? So the risk assessment is another step that protects against development that the city is not interested in and residents are not interested in. And again, there's a community benefits framework that we talk about. One thing that I do want to share very clearly, and we heard this, we did talk at length about this, and the Lorneville community was good enough to give us some potential ideas for community benefits, so we have a good working list of things they may be interested in. But what we've heard is that no matter what, the community won't be interested in negotiating a community benefit unless council makes up their minds one way or the other about the zoning on the lands. So unless you decide that it is going to be zoned a certain way, they won't want to offer up something in exchange. And they were very clear to us about that. It wouldn't matter whether it was a $100 million community benefit, a multiplex, a new pool, it doesn't matter. That wouldn't be of consideration to them in exchange for losing all the land. So certainly, if you're interested in sending us back to talk more, advice from staff would be, you need to make a decision first before you would expect us to do that, if you were hoping to have a different result. But again, we will take direction from you on that. So just in terms of scale, I know there were some questions on scale. So Ms. Kirshner talked about that Schedule K, and I just have a little snapshot on the top right-hand side of the screen. That green buffer, again, is the 150-meter vegetative buffer. That is the same distance as the fences here on Amera Field, from one end to the other. So that's an entire football field plus end zones plus space on the fences. So that's 150 meters. That whole thing, except in the significant wetlands, which are an estuary, would be forested. So 500 feet or so of trees. And for 500 meters as a reference, and this is just a reference point, is the distance all the way from King Square down to the waterfront past the Tolimaka Hummock. So that's approximately 500 meters. Actually, that isn't approximately, that is exactly 500 meters. You could take all sorts of other references if you're looking, and again, that would be the minimum distance at which an industrial use that would need a risk assessment would need to be located setback. And there's many, many uses, as I'm sure you're familiar with, in the city, where if those uses were located in this industrial park, they'd have to be set back, but they're much closer to existing neighborhoods. And we have schools and daycares and restaurants and churches all in much closer proximity to heavy industry throughout the city safely. So the 500-meter setback is primarily in response to feedback we heard from the community, and not necessarily because we don't think it's safer any closer. The risk assessment will primarily determine safety, but the buffer there is, again, to provide more reassurance and peace of mind to create that separation that we know the community is requesting. I want to talk for just a few moments, briefly, even though the city isn't a regulator here, about the environmental impact assessment process. This is a separate process. They've been done sort of in line, but they are independent. So it was registered June 11th, 2024. There was two public hearings, or a public hearing, or not a public hearing, an open house, and it had two versions. One side of the room, as you may recall, or may know if you were there, was talking about the land use discussion, which is culminating tonight 11 months later. The other side of the room was input on the EIA process. What are the potential impacts to the environment? Do you have any feedback? And there's been a lot of feedback that's been given, and Dillon Consulting was hired by RDC to do that work. And so what triggered the EIA is the requirement that, you have it here on the screen, if there's any development that affects 2 or more hectares of land, it needs an EIA. And that's important, because we're going to talk a little bit about that later. And again, this process is separate and independent from the rezoning. They're happening sort of in parallel, but they're not reliant on each other necessarily. They're completely independent. So an EIA takes on average 3 to 6 months to complete, and I think, as you know, this one's been going for 11 months. So I want to talk just for a brief moment about wetlands. There's been a lot of discussion on wetlands at the Lorneville Community Liaison Committee meetings, a lot of discussion in the media and public discourse around this. The image on your left is an image pulled right from the EIA submission that's on the Department of Environment's website. That's your average typical subject area in Lorneville. That's a typical forest wetland. We have these all over the city. A huge swath of the city is made up of these sort of boglands. I have some of this on my own property, for instance. The one on the right, that is a saltwater estuary, though that is a provincially significant wetland, right? And those are the ones where there's special protections. There's protections in all wetlands to a point, but I have on the screen here, this is the actual policy from the New Brunswick Wetland Conservation Policy that's in legislation by the province of New Brunswick. And their policy states that they need to prevent the loss of PSWs, and they need to achieve the goal of no net loss of wetland function. I'm going to get into that for a moment. So the province has a mechanism for addressing wetland, because the fact of the matter is there's entire swaths of St. John that would have never been developed if there was a strict prohibition on the development of wetland. We have entire neighborhoods that would not exist if that prohibition was exact. The port would not exist in its current format. A huge portion of the South Central Peninsula would not exist, right? So, and the industrial parks would not exist. Itoli-Makahamic would not exist if that was such a strict prohibition that you can't develop in wetlands. But there is a mechanism on how to deal with it, and the province regulates that independently of this rezoning process tonight. So that process is determining, and it has to ensure that there's no net loss of wetland function. That doesn't mean there won't be a loss of function in the immediate area. It means no loss of function across the entire province. Now, they're going to be focused on ensuring there's a remediation, if there is requirement for remediation, as close to the area as possible. But they're looking at the province as a whole, because they recognize it's good for developing in industrial centers and in cities where infrastructure is already built. It's very costly to develop outside of these cities. And they recognize there might have to be an exchange of wetlands for development site. And it doesn't mean they take this decision lightly, because there's conditions that this EIA process can impose, right? They can actually impose that we must avoid impacts on wetlands. Or they could say we must minimize those impacts. Or they must say, or require, that we must compensate, right, for the loss of wetlands. There is a minimum requirement of compensation at a 2-to-1 ratio. That's minimum. It can go up to 5-to-1. So for every hectare of wetland lost, potentially there could be 5 hectares of wetlands that are rehabilitated elsewhere, potentially in St. John, potentially further afield, right? And again, there's ample evidence throughout St. John where wetlands have been developed, including industrial parks and other industrial areas that are located even adjacent to other PSWs. There's over 24 PSWs just in the city limits alone. And here's an example on the screen of a before and after of a wetland compensation project. So just as an example, and these are things that EIA process regulates. So we don't have to regulate it. They will tell us if they require it. And I know there's been questions about how much land could be impacted, how many trees could be cut down, how much wetland could be impacted. We've done further analysis since this report, the staff report was released on April 23rd. The current version is in the kit tonight. In doing this analysis, we determined two different models. If the land can be developed according to what the EIA review has undertaken, which is it's going to be challenging and there's a lot of wetlands, an optimistic use is that we can potentially use up to 28% of the land that's available, right, for pads and for roads and infrastructure. The other 72% is probably going to be left in natural state for wetlands, parks, or due to really heavily contoured sites and slopes. If it's more optimistic in terms of less slopes, less wetland, you might be able to use up to 44%, right? So potentially a maximum of up to 254 acres. And for reference, that's the approximate size of the Central Peninsula from Tin Can Beach to Haymarket Square. And so again, you can see the difference between what might be used and what probably just through pragmatically would be not used and left in its natural state. That still would need to be assessed by engineers and site designers and scientists as the park gets developed and the industrial parks would intend to do a formal master plan. I want to point out just really briefly, when you're looking at this council, you also need to consider not just the local impacts, you need to look at the impacts across the entire city. And we'll talk about that in a minute, but there's over 22,000 hectares in the city that are forested wetlands, lakes, watercourses existing. That's right now, right? Approximately, and we like to talk a lot about 316 square kilometers, but the majority of our land is undeveloped, right? And that's a good thing in one regard. There's a lot of fresh air, a lot of free space for residents. But what it means that with the land that we're talking about using this evening, we're talking about potentially impacting 1% of that land in the city. Right, so 1% of the green space in the land is impacted by your decision this evening. And that's a decision you have to make. Is that 1% too great compared to the opportunity Mr. McKinnon spoke to, or is it worth preserving all of it? And only you can make that determination. And so possible outcomes for the EIA, right? So they can either determine independently, and they have a technical review committee made up of members of regulators from all three levels of government that are independent of each other, right? So they can issue either a certificate of termination with conditions, right? So they can say, this is approved, but then you must have these conditions. The city's proactively going ahead and imposing one, which we think would probably happen anyway, and that's a well monitoring program, a groundwater monitoring program. They can impose others, such as you must stay away from this area, or have larger setbacks, or you must compensate in this specific wetland in this specific area. They could deny the project, and they've done that before, right? Or they could ask for further study, something called a comprehensive EIA. The EIA team actually came to meet with the Lorneville community in January, or with the CLC, I should say, rather. They clarified with us there's actually only one project right now in the whole province under comprehensive view. That's a nuclear project. They didn't feel this one was required a comprehensive, so almost certainly this would either be approved with conditions or denied. And the province of New Brunswick has been very clear to us that they will not make a decision on the EIA until council makes a determination on the land use for the area. So, and until you make a decision, the EIA will not conclude. And so, just as a reminder, this EIA methodology is standardized across the entire country, both at the federal level and the provincial level. The application has met the professional standards. It's been done by professionals to that standard, and it's being reviewed by independent subject matter experts who are regulators in their fields. Normally, EIAs only happen after land use designation has been approved ahead of time. Due to the expedited nature of this, we've sort of done these concurrently. But again, we're at this point now where now the EIA process is waiting for council to make a determination. But again, the takeaway here is the EIA process is fair, robust, and transparent and standardized across the country. I want to talk just for a moment about this slide here. This is probably, I want to say, the most important one for this evening for the conversation. And I'm not going to get into too much detail, but you do have a little handout in front of you. And this basically clarifies who is the regulator, right? Because we're talking about two different regulatory processes tonight. And as I mentioned very early on in this presentation, it's easy to conflate those two processes, especially when you're talking about something that involves both. So obviously, I think council is very familiar with where your authority is and where the city's authority is as regulator. Obviously determining land use, zoning, urban design, building code standards, water infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. There's ones that are shared between the city and between, in this case, the EIA regulator or the province of New Brunswick or potentially the federal government, right? They could set conditions on the project just as easily as you can, right? And Ms. Kirshner talked about some Section 59 conditions and other recommendations staff are proposing. Both can set risk assessment requirements. There can be further traffic studies that either impose or different requirements. Same thing about air pollution. The city can set a standard. So for instance, the recommendations to staff based on hearing from the Lorneville community is that there's significant restrictions on emissions. Where the province could then require is they would not permit emissions beyond that standard that you would set, right? But they are the primary regulator of emissions, as you probably know. And so is the federal government to a larger effect. But then there's a whole slew of things on the right-hand side that is the primary jurisdiction of the EIA process and where they are the primary regulator. So questions around groundwater, aquifers, potable water sources, that is their jurisdiction. That's the questions that they will be answering and that they're going to be looking at. Impacts on water courses, right? And certainly we know this because if a developer comes in and wants to do a development that involves proximity to a water course or a wetland, the first thing the planning team is asking them, do you have your wetland or your water course and wetland alteration permit, your WAWA permit? And if they don't, they need to go get one. So that WAWA process is dealt with through the EIA. So they will make that determination on how close or far away wetland can be. The city's proactively suggesting, again, to demonstrate that we have no intention of coming near those estuaries, to double that provincial requirement to 60 meters from those PSWs. Any impacts to fish, birds, migratory animals, species at risk, again, that's all through the EIA process. The city doesn't have expertise in this area. We would have no ability to regulate this. And those questions are best directed towards the EIA. Questions around cultural significance, First Nations consultation, again, EIA, coastal protection, and then environmental compliance and other considerations, climate change, that's primarily through that EIA process. So, this is, again, not to say these aren't important considerations for you to consider, but anything on the left-hand thing, again, council and the city have no ability to regulate these. These are ones where the EIA will regulate. And I guess what I would say is, again, an employee of a regulator, our assumption is that a regulator has competence to regulate in an unbiased and impartial manner, right? And every department that regulates for the city of St. John has independence. Right? They don't just do something because, and not to pick on the CEO says you must ram this through, and he doesn't ever do this, to be clear. But any single member of staff from any department can pause a permit and stop it. And the technical review committee of the EIA side can do the same thing, right? It ensures that there's no bias, and that cannot proceed until that person who has flagged the issue is satisfied that it has been resolved, right? And so as regulators, our advice also and reminder would be assume that other regulators also have competence and the ability to act in an unbiased and professional manner. And a final point of advice for you, and this is again a challenging thing you're going to hear very loudly from the residents of Lorneville who are gathered here tonight, and we're here certainly at City Hall yesterday evening and have been very present through the community. But you have to consider all the interests. You're going to hear very loud and clear the important interests of the Lorneville residents. Those can't be discarded. And again, the Lorneville community has been there a very long time. But there's the interests of the applicant, in this case, the landowner, RDC in the city. You've heard letters from the provincial government about their intentions for the land, about your own priorities for the land. There's other residents, right, who you need to consider as well, and their interests in a city that provides better services. We have an industrial sector that's in desperate need of lands. We know what's happened with tariffs south of the border. We know that we're the most tariff-exposed city in the country. What does it mean if we don't have land? So that's another interest you need to consider. We also know that we need to consider ensuring that there's an environment to create jobs for our residents of today and our residents of tomorrow. For too long, I know that we've watched our youth leave St. John and go out west and to other jurisdictions. There's opportunities potentially to create jobs that are homegrown. That's another thing that you need to consider. You also need to consider very strongly the importance of protecting the environment. I'm sure you're going to hear that very loud and clear about that importance this evening. Obviously, there's the interest in government generating additional revenue to pay for those important services, whether it's provincial, federal, or especially municipal in our case. We have a business community who's looking for more shoppers, right? You heard very briefly about spin-offs, right? We know that there's direct, indirect, and induced jobs for every job that could potentially be created in this industrial park. And those jobs are going to have spin-offs in the local community. They're going to be working and attending our bars and restaurants and theaters, our supermarkets, who will all need to hire additional staff to support those folks. So that's all the spin-offs that you need to consider. And you also need to consider all the different income disparities. There's many residents of the city who can't afford to visit Lorneville, unfortunately. They don't have vehicles, they can't afford to go there. We don't have transit service out there, unfortunately. You also need to consider your own priorities on the matter. And I don't need to reiterate these because you're certainly well familiar with these. But just to point here as well, you also have set a catalytic infrastructure priority about investment in industrial park. It's part of the reason we're here this evening. And again, this is something that you've portrayed very loud and clear to the community and to staff. And so again, public interest, final note here. With the municipal plan, our advice to you is, again, see the whole picture. Ms. Kirshner has talked about the relevant policies that are of consideration. Those are all identified in your kit. Our advice is to see all of them in context. Don't just pick one out at a time and see them out of context. Look at the whole big picture. And again, staff's job is to try to focus on public interest, right? Not necessarily public opinion. You're going to hear a lot of public opinion tonight from the community, from business stakeholders, from industrial stakeholders. You want to look at public interest, right? And so our recommendation is about that public interest and what is that best fit, right? And we feel it does represent a compromise position, certainly from the original application that was submitted to PAC. And with that, the presenters who are up are happy to take any preliminary questions you may have.
Well, what I usually do is staff will do the public hearing first, and then we'll go to questions for staff. That's our normal. Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing in a couple minutes, but I just want to say a couple things before we get started. Firstly, I want to thank all those who have been involved in this process for their interest and their dedication to this community. And for those who may not know, the city's procedural bylaw, we do limit to 10 minutes per speaker. And I'm going to try to enforce that tonight, and I say that to my team as well. So if you would like to leave a bit of time for councillors to ask you questions, but if we get to the 10 minutes per person, we'll be here. Well, it'll just make it so long because we still have people in the lobby that I suspect would like to speak as well. It's important to recognize that there's already been 27 hours of discussion between staff and the liaison community. And there is, the Lorneville Community Liaison Committee, and there is approximately 100 pages in the council kit tonight that is dedicated to that, plus additional documentation that's been sent in. As in the normal course, when I open the public hearing, I'll be asking for anyone who would like to speak against the application first, and then when we've gone through everyone, then I'll switch over to anyone who would like to speak in favor of the application. So I'll ask each speaker this evening to be mindful, and I'd ask you to, if your points have already been made and you want to be on the public record, come up and say, I agree with so-and-so, or I agree with the points that were made earlier. This is my name. I'll be asking everyone to give us their name and their address, but so that you can be on the public record. Because the objective tonight is to hear opposition. So we'd like to hear all of the different opposing views. If your opposing views are similar, we've already heard it. Like I said, come up, give us your name and mention that as well. Where am I here? State your name. I come to the podium. Okay. I would also, and I'll obviously be limiting the discussion to the new points and not to repeated discussions. I'd also like to highlight that the jurisdiction of council for the purposes of this evening's public hearing is land use. So it's the amendment to the zoning bylaw and the amendment to the municipal plan. So we won't be dealing with the environment. We'll be dealing with those two issues. This evening is for council to hear about objections. Council's process on land use applications is governed by the Community Planning Act, and council we feel we went above and beyond that because I've been on council since 12 with some other members here. We've never ever sent any item to have a task force put together. So we're hoping that we've captured a lot of what the community has wanted to say. Environmental issues of concern follow a separate process. That's the EIA, which David talked about. It's an iterative process, and it's conducted by a technical review committee composed of subject matter experts from various levels of government. And there was a letter in the kit from Minister Herron, who was explaining that to someone whose name was blocked out. You would have seen the kit anyway if you'd gone on to. We have the same kit. Let's see, composed of subject matter experts from various levels of government, and no decision on an EIA is made until all of the relevant technical issues identified through the EIA review have been addressed. So questions regarding the EIA process need to be addressed to the EIA branch of the province of New Brunswick. You may already have this, but it's EIA, and then it's EIE@gnb.ca. And lastly, in accordance with our procedural bylaw, the meeting will conclude at 10 unless there's a motion to go beyond 10, and if that were to occur, it can only go until 11. So you've probably all looked at that kit. It's 953 pages. Took me all weekend to get through it, but we all did it. What I'll probably do, as I said, there'll be 2 washroom breaks, one at around 7:15, one at 9:15. And then at 10, just before 10, I'm going to ask how many people in the audience are left to speak. If there's only a couple, then we will go to 11 and we'll finish it up. If there's still like 20 people that need to speak, then we'll probably stop at 10 and restart the process again in maybe the 20th of May. So it'll have to be rescheduled to finish it off. So that's the plan for this evening. And with that, I will now open the public hearing. Oh, sorry. Councillor Stewart, I'm sorry. Over to you.
Before you open the public hearing, I request that I'm going for a bio break.
All right, I guess we're going to take, can we get a 5-minute bio break? I'll need a motion. Councillor Stewart, that's you, and Councillor Sullivan? Okay, all in favor? All right. If anybody wants water, the glasses are out there. You can bring them in. What time is it? Okay, 6:35. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Can I call the meeting back to order? Perfect. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Before we get started, I just want to recognize MP John Williamson, who's with us this evening, received your letter. Thank you. So I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'll start, as I said, with those who would like to speak against the application. Come on down, give us your name and address, and away you go.
Good evening. Oh, and I have my timer, so you don't.
I love that. Go for it.
And if I'm 10 minutes and 22 seconds, please grant me the serenity to finish my last paragraph.
If I know it's only that, I'm on
I'm
to it.
good, I practiced.
Okay,
All right.
good.
So, good evening, Mayor Reardon and councillors. My name is Sherry Colin McCaver, and I am a resident of Lorneville, a beautiful coastal community within the geographical boundary of the city of St. John. We, as residents of this city, placed our faith in this council when we elected you to those seats, with the understanding that you would be here for all communities, including ours, and that you would listen to and represent our concerns. I'll be fine, just breathe.
Okay,
Give me a couple more seconds.
okay. I'll give you a couple seconds extra.
And I am holding faith this evening that this statement continues to bear truth. Our community is a quiet and peaceful one. At least it was up until this situation erupted almost a year ago. And I'm going to begin by stating that you're going to hear a great deal of information this evening. You're going to hear from residents who have sacrificed months of their personal lives to conduct research, make calls, write letters, organize petitions and information sessions, and lobby various governments and interest groups while doing our best to try and not only save hundreds of acres of vital forestry and wetlands, but to ensure the ecological safety of surrounding communities. We are here for our neighbors, far and wide. You will hear of Lorneville's history and the battles residents have endured over the decades just for the right to live peacefully within the boundaries of this city. You're going to hear details around ongoing questions and concerns about the EIA, the lip service that's been paid to these buffer zones, how existing city policies have been interpreted to the benefit of the city and detriment of residents. And you're going to hear of the lack of transparency by various levels of government during the journey of political red tape and doublespeak. Now, unlike the assumptions made in the city staff-generated documentation, we're not just a group of people crying, "Not in my backyard." We are a group of concerned citizens from all over the city and surrounding areas who are speaking up to say enough is enough and stand arm in arm with like-minded individuals who want to make it known that this assault on the environment, it's wrong and it's no longer going to be tolerated. I've got a limited amount of time before you this morning, or this evening, and I can't possibly cover all the issues, inconsistencies, and misleading points presented in some of the city-sponsored documentation. But as you can see, there are many people in here this evening who are going to speak in more depth to those items and fallacies. Now, I was a member of the Lorneville Liaison Committee from day one, and I want to share some of my experiences with you with this process. Part of this share will be me openly challenging some of the points highlighted in the city summarized report, which, let's be honest, it's exceptionally one-sided. I appreciate your undivided attention while respecting my time at this podium and in these council chambers this evening. Now, when the What We Heard report was discussed at the start of this process in November of 2024, its purpose was explained to us as a document that would outline what the city reps heard from the community members seated around the table. What was delivered to us the evening of Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025 was nothing more than a whitewashed techno-speak planning document that was attempting to masquerade as a report outlining resident concerns without actually making mention of any of those specific issues or concerns. Got a little item here. I'd like to speak now on a few of the points in that report and on the slides within your agenda, with specific attention paid to the staff what we observed slide, which you would have in your docket. There are points on this slide that are misleading, and I'd like to take the opportunity to address some in no particular order. Well, actually, no. There's one specific bullet in that presentation that needs to be called out for what it is: a poorly veiled insult and accusation of NIMBYism, which is condescending, offensive, and completely unacceptable. How this point was even permitted to be part of that slide for public release without being flagged as inappropriate by higher-ups in your documentation process defies explanation, and it's both disappointing and shocking. So the bullet I'm referencing is, and I quote, Residents are very concerned about wetlands and forest in their area, but less so about wetlands and forest elsewhere in the city. I'm sorry, but this is one of the most insulting, belittling, and disingenuous pieces of city-spun rhetoric in the entire document, and it's completely and utterly false. Residents were asked several questions over the course of the meetings as to the amount of available land in other areas, and not once did anyone who sat in that room imply that it would be fine to destroy critical wetland and natural vegetation anywhere else in this beautiful city. We were very clear in stating that the city should be using land that they have already secured along the King William Road, as well as land that had already been designated as heavy industry. This bullet point is but one example of many in the document that illustrates the lack of both empathy and understanding for residents' concerns. Another point on the bullet is residents do not understand the differences between a rezoning process and an EIA process, and who is the regulator with authority. I was one of many residents who penned more than a few letters of concern to both Dillon Consulting and to the city, as you may know, and at the beginning of this process. And I'm going to be the very first one to admit that I combined all my concerns in regards to the EIA and city and the land use queries into that same correspondence. But within a very short amount of time, I understood which entity was responsible for each concern, and I amended my correspondence accordingly, as did many other people that are sitting in this room this evening. As these meetings progressed, we knew that land use and the EIA were two separate entities, as was noted by Mr. Doppelstein. But these two separate entities, you're working together to reach the same goal at the end of the day, the destruction of over 1,500 acres of mature forest vegetation and wetlands that offer climate and ecological protection for saltwater marshes that eventually feed into the fragile estuary and the Bay of Fundy. The issue was, and to this day remains, I lost my timer, sorry. That's okay, I got it back. The fact that there are ongoing questions and concerns that we do not feel have been addressed by either the city, the province, or Dillon Consulting. Now, the last item I'd like to bring to your attention, and I'm doing pretty good on my time, I think, before I cede the podium to the next speaker, is the bullet stating city representatives, and it was part of that outline, repeatedly explained to the CLC the proposed industrial park is not a heavy industrial park, has not convinced the Lorneville residents to date. They are still misinterpreting the municipal plan designation heavy industrial versus the zone heavy industrial. Well, myself being a member of the CLC, I don't believe there was any confusion on the part of the residents for this item, and I take offense to yet another dismissive comment that was part of that city report. As per policy LU 76 in the city's municipal plan, designation for industrial land use is heavy. So I equate, this is my definition, I equate this designation as the foundational building block for this type of specific land use. And that means that once the land use of the area has been designated for heavy, any potential industry wishing to set up shop in the area can apply for zoning, which could be heavy, medium, or light in nature. Even with the What We Heard report repeatedly implying that the new Spruce Lake Industrial Zone would be mainly medium and light in nature, I'm sorry, but the door is wide open for heavy industrial use to set up in that area. It is not the zoning that's of importance in this situation, it's the designation of the land that's critical to this situation. We as representatives of the community were and continue to be adamant that a redesignation to heavy for this area, it's unacceptable. This is land with mature climate protecting forestry and vegetation. This is habitable land for wildlife that is flush with many water courses and wetlands, protected or not. One more, there's another policy that the city claims the community was guilty of misunderstanding, and it's referenced throughout the What We Heard city-generated document, and it's on page 24 of that 400 or 100-page document. Staff have explained to the Lorneville CLC that this provision, policy LU 77 of the municipal plan, was written in mind with a use similar to a very large, heavy, and emitted volatile or offensive use, such as second oil refinery. This policy also makes mention of the best practice 1.5 kilometer distance between heavy industry and incompatible land uses. So city staff in our meetings mentioned several times during the meetings that this policy was not applicable to the situation at hand. No. Okay, I'm under there. So at this time, I'm almost done. At this time, I'm about to conclude my comments for the evening. And right here and now, I choose to double down on the rebuttal I penned to council in my last letter in regards to the above-mentioned policy and state that the comments made by city reps in those meetings in regards to this policy not being applicable to our situation, it's irrelevant. Writing a municipal plan or a zoning bylaw document that is accessible to the public without a clear, detailed description for city standard distances for heavy industrial buffer zones and expecting others to instinctively know the author's intent was and it is unacceptable. We as residents of this city and members of the Community Task Force have interpreted the document the way that it was written. If this policy and distance was not meant to include all potential heavy industry, then the onus for understanding is not on the reader of said document, but it's on the author of that document. It was stated on more than one occasion by city reps that the municipal plan is a living document. So if that's the case, then the city should be adhering to all policies in that document. If that's not the case,
Sherry?
one sentence.
One
If it's not
sentence,
the
you got it.
case, then the municipal plan for the city of St. John isn't worth the paper it's written on. If city bureaucrats can simply interpret it the way they wish to suit their needs when dealing with residents and their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. I will say that the objective for this council is to hear your objections to the zoning. So if you want to come up here and you just want to bash staff, that is not what we're looking for here tonight. We are looking to make a decision. That's not going to do it. So we're looking to make a decision here. So you need to come up here with your facts, whatever it is. We're looking for your objection to, and I get it's emotional. I understand that. I live up the street from the port. So I get what it's like to have industry in your backyard. AIM wasn't that far away from me. There's lots of people that do know that. So what we're looking for is to hear what your objections are to the application. One is redesignation, not rezoning, to the heavy industry. We only have 2, light and heavy. That's the option. Light doesn't have any medium in it. And then once we get that, we move into that. Then what we will do is we'll look at that zoning to corral what goes there. So I'll ask for the next speaker. And that's what we're looking for. So can the next person come on up, give us your name and your address, and away you go.
Hi, my name's Natasha McGregor. I'm actually not a resident of Lorneville. I live in Quispam. Quispam sis, sorry.
It's fine, Natasha.
So I have, as much as I have the same perspective as all of them and it being in our backyard, mine is a little bit more general environmentalism and that the path forward in the future needs to be thinking of things differently than what we've always done. So I'm going to start with a quote from a book that I really like called The Heartbeat of Trees by Peter Wallenben. It says, "The ancient tie that binds us to nature is not and never has been severed. We have just ignored it for a while. And when we feel that we belong fully and completely to nature, conservation measures can be seen in a completely different light." So my initial plan was to read off the policies and stuff from the Government of New Brunswick website. That's already been covered, so I'll skip that. I will say that specifics tonight told me that the part that is deemed provincially significant is the part that is specifically the salt estuary, those wetlands specifically. But the policy still does say that if it impacts the function of those wetlands, then it's something that cannot be done. Like that has been preserved. So everything that I have written past that still stands. It's just in a little bit more of a global kind of perspective. So it explicitly says on the Government of New Brunswick website that wetlands are considered such an important part of our ecosystems and that they play such a specific and significant role in sustaining the biodiversity of the planet and therefore survival of humans that they've been given the highest level of protection. Again, I realize that's the salt estuaries. But if it's explicitly written in policy that wetlands have the highest level of protection, not just for physical land amount of wetland destroyed, but also whether it will impact the function of the wetlands, Putting any kind of industry, especially heavy industry, within close proximity of the wetlands is going to impact those wetlands' ability to function. So I have to ask, what is the point of policy if we aren't going to follow it? And we may be following it in our current rubric, but we need a new rubric of how to deal with the environmental issues that are coming up now. And furthermore, why do any of you, being business people or counselors or whoever that are making these decisions, get to make that decision when land usage and the benefits of the land is for everyone, not just these silos of people that start making decisions and then the public barely knows that it's happening. It might be something that we actually put out or that you guys have put out a lot of detail on, but they aren't reaching general public. The number of people that I talk to about Lorneville don't know anything about it. And so like, it may seem like you're doing due diligence, but you're not. You're not getting the entire perspective from everybody that could be impacted. And the impacts aren't just what's going to happen now, it's what happens in the future as well. So what gets done to the earth and our environment should be determined by everyone to the best ability possible, which is what policy is supposed to ensure, and not just a few select with lofty business goals or industry. So if we can now singularly and unilaterally make decisions on what to do with land, which again, I realize that in the New Brunswick documents, it does say specifically that salt estuaries are the only thing protected, but keep in mind as I keep reading, that you can't take one section of nature out of the other sections of nature. It doesn't work like that. So if we're now just deciding to use land in ways that aren't going to be preserving the land that is already deemed in the government documents to stay preserved, then it doesn't make sense that anybody will get to make that one decision on their own, any specific industry, any specific counselor or whoever. So why does it come down to just a handful of people to make the decisions to destroy large parts of land that can actually act as billions of dollars of water purification, coastline preservation, prevention of erosion, biodiversity that helps with oxygenation? All of those things aren't going to be things that you see change as soon as you pave, but it is going to be things that you see change as the years go on, and I think we're definitely at a point where we have to start taking that into account. And those lands were preserved and conserved and deemed the highest level of protection by our government for us for a reason. And industry keeps creeping and impacting those lands. So as some of the other people have talked about, it's not just that that specific area is going to be preserved or that it is already deemed economic or for industrial use. That was an old decision that was made a long time ago. Like, we have to make changes and start preserving more land as we go through. So I did want to throw in a few environmental things to kind of prove my point as to why just the salt estuary isn't the issue. So for example, the impacts that even just compressing the land with paving can do to the function of the forest, because they need spaces in the soil to actually get oxygen and water, can take hundreds and thousands of years to recreate. So if we pave something 150 meters from a wetland, that paving is compressing all of those tree roots. That means those tree roots can't thrive, which means you're killing extensions of the forest even beyond where the paving is. The importance of wetlands and salt marshes in preserving our coastline, especially with the increased winds and waves due to climate change and coastal erosion. Again, I just think it would be very wise of us to start using our lands efficiently, not just for industry as they are so sought after, but finding ways to use New Brunswick and the actual environmental perks that we have being a very, like, we don't have a lot of industry on a lot of our land, so we have a lot of land. Let's find ways to use that in ways that actually harness what the land can do rather than destroy it. So for an example, like, trees are so interconnected that long-lived trees, so mature forests, which Lorneville has some of, may have even developed mechanisms to anticipate and respond to events like solar eclipses. And I state this purely just to say the forest and nature has such old history and ways of taking care of itself, and we're really messing with things that we don't know about. It's hundreds of years of information, and we're just flattening it.
Natasha, are you done?
Sure.
Okay, no, I was just going to say, thank you for your words, but what I will say about that is we are step one of this process. So if this body says, yes, we're going to rezone, then it's going to go to the EIA. And so, and they will, and that will take it. And that may change everything. I don't know, but it needs to start here at this body, right?
Right.
So, and if this body says no, then the EIA dies. But the EIA is not going to happen. They've got all the information until we say it's a go. So that's why, like, we're trying to get the objection to more of the amendment in the zoning versus, because we get that, but that's to another level of government, we'll look at that.
But if the decision starts here and starts progressing from here, why not stop it here if that's what our goal is?
We look at it from another perspective, but anyways, so thank you for your time up here. Appreciate you coming in. I'll take the next person.
Hi, I'm Linnea Astven. I'm a resident of Redhead. I've already sent an email. Everybody at City Council has gotten my email, right? Okay, perfect. So I
Yes,
won't
we
repeat.
got that. It's in the kit, Linnea.
Great, thank you. I won't repeat what's in there, but I will just say a couple things. You know, I've been an advocate for the environment for my community before, and I understand what these people are going through. And I think that they deserve an apology based on that presentation, because they said that they just have opinions. And I know that's not the case, because they have done their homework. They've met with MLAs, their MP, and they've had plenty of meetings. And I think that was very disrespectful. And I feel that they are, yes, there's some emotions, absolutely, and that's deserved, and they don't trust the city. And personally, I don't trust Dillon Consulting either. And I think they do deserve that apology. I have been taking some environmental courses from university. I'm working on my degree. And I just want to read a quote from a famous author and philosopher, Aldo Leopold. The land ethic simply enlarges the boundaries of the community to include soils, waters, plants, and animals, or collectively the land. In short, a land ethic changes the role of Homo sapiens from conqueror of the land community to plain member and citizen of it. It implies respect for fellow members and also respect for the community as such. So just think about that when you're looking at this sort of project. And the other thing I was concerned about in the presentation was when it talked about data centers. That is something that's really well known, and there's all kinds of research out there. If you just do a simple Google search about the climate change impacts on emissions, if the city wants to meet its climate change targets and you approve a project like that, we're never going to meet those targets. It also takes a lot of water. So just read up on those topics. And I feel like Laurenville is a sacrifice zone, which I've heard Redhead being referred to as well. Anyway, I don't have any presentation or anything, so I just wanted to say those things. So
Thank you, Linnea. I'll take the next speaker, please.
I'm going to set my timer too. My name is Leah Alexander. I live at 24 McGuire Drive. Good evening, Mayor and Councils. My name is Leah. I'm a fifth-generation Laurenville resident, and I'm here to express my opposition. I've read the municipal plan in its entirety more than once. I thought it would offer some insights, some answers to my questions, and leave me with a better understanding of why officials think this is a good idea. All I can say is that I came away from this document with more questions than answers. The farther I read, the more this proposed plan seemed to go against all the guidance that this document is meant to offer. A document that took 2 years to create and was intended to guide decision-making for the next 25 years until 2037. This plan amendment to increase and change the boundary of the primary development area. However, it seems to me that if this goes forward, there are many other statements in this document that will no longer be true and shall also be amended, starting with Plan SJ's directions stating that St. John values and protects its natural environment and ecosystems, builds the city in balance with nature, actively stewards ecological systems through preservation, restoration, and enhancement to increase biodiversity and to restore sensitive and diminished ecosystems. Establish linked natural areas that preserve ecological systems, connect between and across land and water, and connect people with nature. Reduces the city's ecological footprint and strives towards greater long-term environmental sustainability for future generations, and promotes best practice in stormwater management, maintains fresh and coastal water quality, and promotes water conservation. Policy LU4 outlines that not changing the designation of lands on the future land use map through a municipal plan amendment unless the proposal enhances the community and the quality of life offered to residents of the city, does not negatively impact the use and enjoyment of adjacent lands and neighborhoods, is an appropriate use within the land use designation being sought out for the property, and the proposal is inconsistent with the specific policies regulating development in the designation and adequately addresses and mitigates any significant environmental impacts. Policy LU 100 speaks to the rural settlement areas, including the historic and amalgamated Lorneville, stating that any new low-density residential development in these settlements is intended to be compatible with the rural lifestyle and with the existing community character, permitting only small-scale residential growth in these settlement areas to so that people's lifestyle choice can continue. This policy gives the illusion of wanting to maintain the historic and rural charm of our coastal village by limiting residential growth, a sector that brings in 68% of the tax base, however, apparently does nothing to protect the village from industrial takeover, a sector that pays very little into the tax base and a lot into pollution, land use, and land destruction. Community shall, according to policy LU 100, consider requests to redesignate lands from park and natural area to rural resource area, provided that the land does not contain environmentally significant features and any environmental and or community quality of life impacts from the proposal can be mitigated to a level deemed acceptable by council. However, these steps are not followed when proposing redesignation from rural resource to heavy industrial. Policy 1.2, in considering amendments to zoning, the proposal shall be in conformity with the goals, policies, and intent of the municipal plan. The proposal is not premature or appropriate by reasons of financial ability for the city to absorb costs related to the development. The proposed site is suitable in terms of steepness of grade, soil, geological conditions, locations of water courses, wetlands, susceptibility of flooding, as well as other relevant environmental consideration, and satisfies the terms of timeframes, phrasing of development, and meets safety and public health measures. Many of these questions have still not been answered, even after us asking them for nearly a year. Plan SJ states that the city recognizes that while these industrial and manufacturing operations are critical to our economic growth, industrial land uses can significantly affect the quality of life in adjacent neighborhoods, and they must be carefully located to maximize their benefit to the community. Residential land uses are inappropriate in the heavy industrial designation, given the extensive industrial nature of the land use, and as such, these uses shall not be permitted under any circumstances. Policy shall, LU 72, prohibit residential development in industrial areas to avoid potential land use conflicts. So how is allowing industrial in a residential area not also a land use conflict? Policy LU 74 and 76 also speak to the importance of keeping heavy industry away from incompatible land uses. Policy LU 77, which has been mentioned, is policy that states that industrial land uses which emit pollution or present possible safety risk, Common Council consider the best practice guideline of 1.5 kilometers as an appropriate separation from incompatible land uses. When reading the phrase emit pollution, I urge you to consider that this should include noise and light pollution. We keep having the "there won't be smokestacks" line thrown at us. However, this is not our only concern, nor should it be the city's only consideration for following the 1.5 kilometer buffer. Policy LU 79 generally prohibit the designation of land as heavy industrial, which is not located in an industrial park specifically designed to accommodate such uses. Again, this land is not within an existing industrial park. This is an expansion into rural and residential area. Policy LU 95 states that council intends that land within the rural resource area designation shall remain in their natural state. Policy L1, recognize that the municipal plan as the primary document for guiding growth, development, and investment in the city. The municipal plan shall be used in decision-making as follows. All forms of development approval, including zoning amendments. I have focused on how the municipal plan, for the sake of time, but there are many municipal, provincial, and federal policies that state the protection of wetlands. I understand that NIMBYism is a thing, something you hear all too much of, I'm sure, as you hear objections to proposals weekly. But this is different. We're not complaining about shade from an apartment complex or increased noise from a new splash pad or fumes from a parking lot. We are not fighting for our backyards. We are standing up for the hundreds of creatures and living things that call this ecosystem home. We are fighting for the protection of our water. If you read the propaganda that the author wrote in his What We Heard report, you would, in the CLC report, you would think that we are only clinging to this idea of saving wetlands as a last-ditch effort to save our village, that we don't care about other wetlands and want this somewhere else. This is not the case. We disagree with the improper land use that this proposal suggests. The other land on the other side of the King William that could have been suggested has already been fragmented habitat by the wind turbines, as well as the dump that sits there. Heavy industrial does not belong on a wetland and does not belong next to a residential area. These are areas that are deeply connected to our community, areas where we find peace and belonging. To give you an example of this connection, my daughter's name is Renna, after a marsh wren, a small songbird that calls this ecosystem home. My son's middle name is Reed, R-E-E-D, after the grasses that are just now peaking up, and by midsummer will be swaying beautifully in our nearly constant coastal breezes. If you vote yes to this, I fear for the mass loss of habitat for the marsh wren. I fear for the health of the soil in which the reeds grow. I fear I will not be able to walk through my village and point out these things to my children and explain to them how they got their names. To wrap this up, I would like you to think about this. If you vote against this today, there is always an opportunity to come back to it with a different approach, different mitigations, and more thorough EIA and a hydrological study, and perhaps something that could skirt wetlands and follow the municipal plan's policies regarding land uses that I've outlined. And while I know the community does not want to go through this again, from your perspective, a vote against this is not a forever no. On the flip side, a vote for this is very hard to come back from. And once these lands are grubbed and wetlands destroyed and filled with gravel, it's impossible to come back from. A vote in favor of this proposal is a vote against the environment, against the 4,471 citizens that signed the petition saying that this is not how we want to see our city grow, against the residents of Lorneville who take pride in the protection of our village. A vote in favor of this is a vote against the municipal plan and how it was set out to guide our city's future direction for responsible land use, environmental sustainability, and growth and development. Please consider this before you vote. No matter how you vote today, we, the taxpaying citizens of Lorneville St. John, will never forget how you voted. Please make us proud to call you our elected leaders. Let us look back on this and be happy with the direction that you are taking our city. Thank you.
Okay, folks. If there's someone who would like to speak, we're looking for your objection to the actual amendments. We're not looking to be lectured. We're not looking for that. We are just trying to make a decision up here. So we don't want to be beat up. Plan SJ's not on trial. Our staff's not on trial. So if you have some objections to the application, please give us those because that's what we need to consider to move forward. Thank you.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair. So my name is Ashley Anthony. I am actually the board president of Sustainable St. John. I am a founding chair of the Community Coalition here. I am the chair of Sustainable St. John, Climate Action St. John. I'm also the chair of the Atlantic Canada Climate Network. I have over a decade worth of experience working in journalism, specifically with Indigenous nonprofits, covering things like the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry, literally walking with commissioners from Prince Rupert to Smithers, listening to all of these stories through 3 days of, the commissions. I've covered historic wildfires. I've covered all levels of government, including ban politics. I also hold a master's of environmental education and communications. I would say that the address from the city is like, with all due respect, one of the most condescending things I've ever witnessed. These people have worked really hard. My full-time job is to work with communities across this country to help build the skills that these people have built themselves. And for you guys to do that and then sit here and beg, asking for more reason to not make a decision, well, that ethically is something that you're going to have to hold yourself. Like, I have a 10-minute presentation that I had kind of put together, but all of these people, like, look what they've laid out. They've laid out the different policies. They've laid out what they don't want. They've laid out the negotiations. They've laid out what they've said. Like, when it comes down to it, it's really about your legacy here and what you guys are choosing to do in the city. You guys haven't really had a great report card. You guys put in an ice rink that is supported through GHG gases in the middle of a climate crisis. Can we reiterate that again? That we are in the middle of a climate crisis. Where is the 7 generations here? Where is the thinking? As they've said, this is a Pandora's box. You can say no now and revisit this, but the community is here, and the community is like representing themselves in large numbers. The community is here and they're passionate. They're here. They're listening to what you're saying. Like you said, they spent 27 hours with you trying to talk with you. This isn't NIMBYism. This isn't. This is one world. This is people and planet over profit. This is the race to zero. How can you turn around and say that we're having a climate crisis and that you guys want to be progressive, and then you sign on for the race to zero, and you say that you want to work towards reducing emissions, and then you go and do this? How do you sit here and say that you're progressively working towards climate, but you have just Samir Yamin, and there's nobody else working with him, and he is desperately trying to work with the industry within the city, who already has such complex, embedded, multi-general relationships between not only the city, but the province. And you guys are still saying that you are here for the people. Like, I could read you my 10-minute speech, but when it comes down to it, like, open up your hearts. This is heart-led work. This is community-led work. And you guys are representatives of constituents that are here begging and pleading for you to just listen to them. And there's nothing else that anybody else can say, because we can tell you, Donna, we can tell you all of the policies. We can tell you how wrong this is. We can tell you all of these things, right? But you guys already know this. Like you've said, you are far more informed about the political loopholes than we are as constituents. But when it comes down to it, what about 7 years from now? What about the children that are going to grow up in Lorneville? How is this not setting Lorneville up to be a sacrifice zone? How is this not? Can you guys answer to us that? How are you setting us up to be making sure and ensuring that we have a right to a healthy environment? They've done their due diligence. They've talked to David Kuhn. They're trying to do and exercise the wheels of justice. When it comes down to it, everybody here, look at me as a parent of 3. I moved here in 2018. I'm a Toronto native. I lived up in Yellowknife for a couple years, out in BC for a couple years. I moved here because I read an article in blog MTL from Don Darling saying that St. John was Atlantic Canada's best kept secret, that it was the place that you want to raise a family. It had access to the ocean, had lots of incredible friendly people. It was the place that you wanted to be from now into the future. I literally packed up my dog, my cat, my 2 infant children, and drove from Terrace, British Columbia, here to St. John, because this is the place that I wanted to raise a family. This is the place where you guys want to raise a family. How can you tell the people of Lorneville that they can now safely raise their family with such minuscule barriers for heavy industry? Because I can tell you now that you guys can say and put in all these policies right now, but what happens to the next council and the next council and the next council that degrades any type of protections that you put in and hollow out any type of securities that you've put in? Because I have watched it happen. I have covered countless stories. Does St. John want to become the next Mount Poly? Do we want to become the next Sarnia and Cancer Alley? Like, is this what we want? Do we want to become the next Grassy Narrows? You get one shot. You screw this up, you screw up the environment. Yeah, we're going to go through the provincial protections, but as we've seen, provincial oversights don't care about us here in St. John, period. You argue that all the time with the property tax and how we are always mistreated. And then we also see other provincial bodies, like look at our friends a little across the way in Ontario and what they're doing with their provincial oversights. We know that that is not going to protect the people. And when you guys say and come up here with messages of distrust, you have to understand and comprehend. As somebody who literally has a master's in communicating with people, you guys sound like womp, 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 womp. And all they are screaming for is for you to protect them. And you guys aren't doing your job. And so I'm not going to go through all of the research that I've done, and I'm not going to go here and continue to pontificate you answers that you already know. All I am asking for you to do is lead with your hearts, have empathy-led decisions here, make watershed-wide decisions, not just small, narrow-minded, selective decisions, and be sensible. Be sensible. Like I represent a number of community organizations, and I've had a number of people ask me to come and talk to you today. A number of people. You've had hundreds of people email you. Look at the turnout. If this is anything, know that the people are standing here and they're saying no. The no is very clear. You don't need any legislative or any support to follow your gut instinct and to say no as well. And we just need a couple of you to exercise that moral value and to stand with the people here who care about that environment. Just because you don't see it every day and just because it's out of sight and out of mind for you doesn't mean that it's out of sight and out of mind for them. And it
Ashley,
doesn't mean that it's
I
out of
think-
sight and out of mind for their grandchildren.
Okay.
I realize that I'm at time. I realize that
Yeah,
this
and
is
it's
slightly
quite a
aggressive and
judgment.
passionate.
It's quite a judgment. No,
This isn't.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, okay.
Because it's
Okay.
not about the new things,
I'm
because
gonna-
they've had
that's it.
27 hours of speaking.
Ashley, Brent, Counselor Harris. Counselor Harris.
Nobody is yelling
Counselor
at
Harris.
you. I'm
Counselor
saying
Harris.
to use
Counselor
your
Harris.
conscience. These people.
Okay. Okay. All right. Ashley.
I understand.
Ashley.
Everybody.
Okay, this is getting crazy. What do you?
Everybody, stop. Take a deep breath with me. Everybody, just stop. Everybody, let's take a deep breath together. I know it's hard. The tensions are high. They want actual legitimate things that they can go and argue.
Yeah.
They have those things. They're saying that we're wasting their time. Keep wasting their time. It's the only thing that you can exercise. This is what democracy looks like.
Okay.
And if this is a waste of
What I-
time for you, maybe you shouldn't be a Democratic
What I wanna do is
representative.
I just want to take. Okay, I think what we need to wait for a few minutes here because we need to let everybody settle down. We're not looking to be like, if we're going to move forward with this, we need to move forward with this together. Whatever we're doing tonight is going to have to happen together. So I would ask people to be respectful. We've had our staff on trial. We've had our plan on trial. Our plan is dynamic, and our plan should be changing all the time. It's due for an update. It's not good for the next 50 years. So, and we want to move this forward. So I'm just trying to get people to be respectful. I've asked my team to be respectful. You've heard that. I'm asking you to be respectful, and I'm asking the next presenter to, if you can start your, whatever it is you want to bring to us. We're looking for your objections to the three amendments there.
With all due respect, Your Worship, this wouldn't have been done without his inappropriate.
Anyways, yeah, we're just going to move on. We're just going to take a little bit of a. Okay, so back to you now. I'll get you to give us your name.
Good
And
evening,
your address.
Council and
You can pull
Your
that up
Worship.
exactly.
My name is Vince Edgett. I live at 295 Point Road. I had put together a presentation of 10 good reasons not to destroy the wetlands for heavy industry, but you're trying to steer us in a certain direction, so I'm going to start with this.
I only am saying that because we've got no control over the EIA is the only thing for us. We're step one, they're step two.
A few years back, a similar project came to Lornville that required an EIA with much different results than what we're facing here today. We had the same questions. What are you building? Anybody remember what that project was? Windmills. The noise, how close to residents? And in the article, Virtual Wind Project, one of the things that they specified was the site will allow all wind turbine locations to be more than 1 kilometer from any residential building. And you have to ask the people, what if it was 150 meters instead of 1 kilometer? Would they feel the same way? We're not happy with the 150 meters, and I think you got that message already. When we ask today what you're building, we don't get an answer. We're told it won't be a scrapyard or a shredder or a batch plant. We already have all of them. I'm reminded of a saying, when you know better, we do better. So what are we doing? In today's world of conservation, our wetlands should be of highest importance. On one hand, we're talking about planting trees, and on the next, we're talking about clear-cutting our precious wetlands. So whatever happened to the greatest little city in the East? I know that things that have happened in the past, the things that have disturbed and cut deeply set emotions in the people of Lornville are not the responsibility of you people here today, the people before you, but nonetheless, you're here today to look out for our best interests. And it was already mentioned earlier about the St. John plan, the municipal plan, and the things that are in there wouldn't allow you to do this unless you change it. And that's what we're talking about here today, is to change that plan. But it took a team of 13 people, and I believe it was 2 years and millions of dollars to draft this plan so that we have a map to follow going forward. So that when you people are no longer here, the next people that step in, and there's an election next year, you might not all be here.
That's true.
So they need that map, and to take that map, or the map forward, that St. John municipal plan, and start changing it so that you can manipulate what those people decided should be happening for the next 25 years. That's what the plan was about. This here is to myself and the people of Lornville, we're all headed in the wrong direction. Today, you guys have the opportunity to make a difference for the future of the wetlands and the community of Lornville. And this whole exercise has me so frustrated that I've been out buying lottery tickets, and I'm not someone who goes and buys lottery tickets. But if 649 is good to me, you'll be talking to a council of my own. In closing, there's one last thing that I'll say is life keeps a book on all of us, and in the end, you're the sum total of all your actions. So I hope your actions tonight are those who represent the people of St. John and the people of Lornville, which are part of the St. John, and give this long, hard consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take the next speaker who would like to speak against the application.
So I had a few slides to show. Can I open them here?
I have no idea what you can do on that. Do we have the slides?
I see them here.
Okay. Oh, you've got them. Okay.
Yep. Just waiting for them to
There you
pop
go.
up with the screen there. There we go. So I'm Chris Watson. I'm
Hi,
a
Chris.
resident of Lornville, 1520 Lornville Road. And I'll be discussing my concerns around some of the municipal policies, destruction of the wetlands or water wells, and some of my experience with the EIA process. So this is an image from the EIA conducted by Dillon Consulting. In light blue, you can see the results of the wetland field delineation. This is 132 acres of wetland. This is over 50% of the land to be developed. That is wetland. Wetland to be infilled to make way for gravel pads. And this is 150 meters from residential properties and water wells, and all on land that slopes, drains downhill towards our residential community. And I added in those red stars. Those are the locations of 49 water wells north of Mill Creek, residential water wells, and those are just the wells in the community that are located north of Mill Creek. There's roughly 250 or so residential water wells in Lornville. So I know that wetlands, even today, they're often viewed as useless, inert swamps or bogs. This can be a counterproductive and dangerous misconception, a misconception that is highly applicable in this case. In reality, wetlands are some of the most valuable ecosystems on Earth, valuable ecologically, economically, and extremely important for human health and community sustainability. Wetlands are a natural infrastructure. They absorb floodwaters, provide resistance to erosion, protect our homes and roads, they purify our water, they trap pollutants, filter sediments, and recharge our groundwater. And combined with acres of mature forest in the area, they absorb and store large amounts of carbon, and they filter our air. So according to the Government of Canada, wetlands contribute over $10 billion in ecosystem services annually. According to the Government of New Brunswick, just 1 hectare of New Brunswick wetlands can provide up to $24,000 worth of ecological services per year. So here, the New Brunswick Wetland Conservation Policy lists wetland functions and discusses some of the economic consequences of wetland loss. And these natural wetland functions, they're extremely difficult, expensive, and often impossible to truly and fully replicate. And I'll note that the EIA document, it rates many of the functional benefits of these wetlands as moderate to higher relative to other wetlands in New Brunswick. And this is functions like water quality support and hydrologic support, highly relevant to our community and water wells. So this area of wetland to be infilled in phase 1 alone, it's equivalent to about 37 Canadian football fields. That's a massive area of wetland. This will effectively deprive the community of this extremely valuable natural infrastructure with yet unknown consequences. And this is a natural infrastructure that Lornville families have benefited from for over 200 years. And it will cost tens of millions of dollars to build these gravel pads and remove this infrastructure from our community. And to me, it's unconscionable in this day and age with what we know about how critical wetlands are to our society from a science, engineering, and economic perspective to just build right on top of these wetlands next to a coastal community and residential water wells. And one of the many things that bothered me in these community liaison meetings with city staff was a statement repeatedly made by staff when we asked, why is development being proposed on this massive area of wetland, so close to our homes and water wells? Why not somewhere else? We are not exposing a residential community to unnecessary risk. And the response of staff was, well, all New Brunswick is wetland. So wetland is going to be destroyed somewhere. And these type of statements, they're infuriating because number one, it's false. New Brunswick land mass is only 4% wetland as stated in that document. And number two, this type of statement effectively normalizes the destruction of wetland. It treats it as a disposable resource, an obstacle development, and seems to imply that city staff in their planning and development process are not considering the vast benefits that intact and functional wetlands provide and the very real consequences of losing these wetlands. And this type of antiquated thinking has no place in modern development practices. It's a dated and careless attitude. It's inconsistent with modern science and inconsistent with best practices in sustainable land use planning and inconsistent with our own municipal policies. Policy NE11 in the municipal plan protect environmentally sensitive areas, including watercourses and wetlands, riparian areas and floodplains, and appropriately restrict development near these features. And this is just one of the many relevant environmental and climate policies in our municipal plan. The intent of these policies is preservation and proactive protection, not just procedural compliance. And one of the big issues here is that this plan proposes developing directly on top of 130 acres of wetland in phase 1 alone, not just near them. And the city plan attempts to address this and other policies using 3 points. This 150-meter buffer to residential properties, and that buffer is about separating conflicting land uses, not environmental protections. If you clear cut through the middle of a wetland, it doesn't preserve part of the wetland. It basically destroys the whole wetland complex. Number two, the city added an additional 30-meter buffer to the salt marsh. That's the provincially significant wetland. This is already protected under provincial regulation while still destroying hundreds of acres of wetland that drain into this marsh. And this so-called enhanced wetland protection, I would call it rather symbolic and meaningless in the grand scheme of things. And the third so-called environmental protection offered by the city is the statement of adhering to EIA and WAWA procedures, and that is procedural. It's not proof in any way that the project meets the policy's intent to protect the environment. So EIA and WAWA processes, they might suggest mitigation measures, they do not guarantee protection, especially if the intent is to go forward and simply offset or compensate for wetland loss through donations to Ducks Unlimited or whatever. And I see this as delegating responsibility and sidestepping the direct intent of this policy. And this also ties into Land Use Policy 4. I wrote a detailed letter on LU4 to Council. This has 7 criteria that must be met in order to redesignate lands through a municipal plan amendment. I don't believe any of those 7 criteria have been met. Number one, I don't believe this plan follows the general intent of the municipal plan. I believe it completely ignores these environmental and climate policies that are highly applicable in our case. And I am confused with one of the criteria is that this plan adequately addresses and mitigates any significant environmental features. And to this, city staff has said the EIA is complete. The EIA is not complete. It's in progress, and it's been only conducted on a portion of the land. So I'm confused how city staff can say the EIA is complete and justify this municipal policy and this land redesignation. And it's only an EIA in a portion of this land. If this EIA is done piece by piece, it's effectively downplaying the significance of this entire ecosystem and the associated benefits to our community. So as for the current EIA and assessing potential impacts to our water wells, this is the entirety of the groundwater assessment on the left, conducted by Dillon Consulting. It's basically a search of the NB online well log system that revealed 15 water wells. This is something any of us could do right now, 30 seconds on our phone. And it's been 10 months. I've repeatedly asked Dillon why there hasn't been a proper hydrogeological assessment and risk assessment for our water wells. And all they've provided is this vague statement. It's tough to read, but it's basically a vague statement of a complete hydraulic disconnect between wetland and groundwater. And it's not supported by any measurements or data. It's a broad and baseless assumption over 132 acres. It contradicts the findings of their own EIA. And when I show this to every professional hydrogeologist that I consult with, they basically furrow their brow because it doesn't make any sense. And so one of our requests to city staff was a complete hydrogeological assessment and a water source supply assessment for each of our water wells. These are assessments that are readily available and relatively cheap compared to the price of developing this land. They can assess hydraulic connections, assess groundwater flows, and assess the risks to our water wells. And the reason city staff gave to us for not providing this hydrogeological assessment is that the TRC does not require the technical review committee for the EIA. But if you look at the list of names on the technical review committee for the EIA, there is no one qualified to even make that type of judgment. And if you look through round 1 of questions and concerns brought up by the technical review committee, nothing on groundwater, nothing on water wells. So I'm extremely frustrated at the seeming lack of meaningful consideration and concern for our drinking water, and that's on the part of all parties involved in this process. And groundwater monitoring systems, they are not sufficient to protect our groundwater. If it's another half measure, it's basically less than a half measure. It's a reactive approach. If monitoring systems detect a contaminant next to our properties, it's too late. The aquifer is already contaminated. If wetlands are infilled and the wells dry up, what if natural groundwater flows are altered and the fresh sealing groundwater boundary shifts inland and wells are contaminated with salt water, monitoring wells provide no protection against that. And we have no protections in place if our wells become unusable. And it's very expensive, very difficult, often impossible to decontaminate an aquifer. And
I've just cut you over 10 minutes there.
Okay, I have one sentence left, sorry.
Okay.
The only recourse residents have is often civil litigation. But alternatively, we can leave the wetlands alone, let them continue replenishing the aquifer, purifying water, managing stormwater, and conducting the vast array of other ecological services they provide for free at no cost to anybody. So, thank you.
Councillor, we'll be going back to staff for questions, but we're at 11 minutes, so we're out of time for that. So I'm going to ask for the next speaker, please. You'll be able to ask your hydrogeological question of staff later, Councillor Radwan. All right, I'll get you to give us your name and your address, please.
Hi, my name is Marguerite Burns, and I live in Quispamsis, number 1 Kensington Avenue. Just before I start, I do have a timer here so that I'll watch myself. Sorry, I'll start that right now.
So what I'm asking is if you come up and your concerns have been already verbalized, it'd be great if you just said, you agree with whatever's been verbalized, and then we can move on to the next speaker. We'd like to get through. It would be nice to get through all of the speakers tonight. If not, like I said, we're going, I think, to 2 weeks at least down the road.
Yeah, I understand. And I know this is a tiring process for everybody. And I think one of the misunderstandings, and I know that you've mentioned it a few times, is that we're here to decide about the zoning, and this is what you want answers to, and you want us to say yes or no. And I think our frustration in that with the EIA is that we've already said no to the zoning, and the EIA is the next step, right? But what is the point of going to the next step if we're already saying no, and you've heard us say no? So,
well, what I'll say to that is that you need to express that to this is the decision-making group. That was the information gathering group that you were with staff, the liaison committee, to get the information and bring it. This group needs to decide, make that decision. If this group says no, the EIA dies. If this group says yes, the EIA continues on. That's the difference. So it's this group, right, that would make that decision, that would trigger the EIA or not.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm here from a little bit of a different perspective. I run an adventure tourism company that's based here in St. John. And we partner with the Nature Trust and the Nature Conservancy of Canada. And we focus on outdoor education, conservation, and preservation, and bringing people to have personal experiences with these lands that we love. And yes, it does absolutely affect our decision on the zoning, because it's all of these things that are part of us deciding whether we're saying yes or no to the zoning. It's all interwoven. So the City of St. John is proposing this industrial footprint on the Lorneville area, and it's a stretch of coastline that is not only ecologically vital, but it's economically untapped in the way that it benefits all of us. And this is something that I want to explain or have a moment to voice. It's the last large, and you guys have heard this probably 100 times already, undeveloped estuary on the Bay of Fundy. We know all the stats for that. It's connected to the Musquash Estuary Nature Reserve. It protects over 2,300 hectares of wetland, forest, and coastline, and it's home to a lot of diverse wildlife. And I know that you've heard this, but we are continuing to say it because we really, really, really want it to hit home. It's also extremely accessible to St. John. It's wild, it's breathtaking, it's an area that is in our St. John region that in most cities, this place would be protected, it would be promoted, and it would be profited from. It wouldn't be bulldozed. So let me explain. I'm very nervous. So
Don't be nervous. Imagine being in my seat, my friend.
All right. So Adventure tourism is growing by 16% annually. This is not just a Canadian statistic, this is a global statistic. Especially since our pandemic, people have been just chomping at the bit to get out and to explore. So our tourism industry, and St. John has been incredibly kind to me. I have to say, you guys have been very supportive and put things in place to help the tourism industry grow. Not just with the hotels and the restaurants, but actually now we're focusing on the adventure tourism part. So we thank you for that, and we're very, very appreciative. But the tourism industry is measurable growth. You know, we talk about economic growth that we want to see the city to have, and this is a gold mine that is just waiting to explode. Lorneville especially, I'm moving somebody's glasses, I apologize. Lorneville especially is an incredibly unique area. We've given you all of the information about its ecosystem and the diversity. Oftentimes as a city, we send people to the Fundy Sea Caves in St. Martin's. We send them to Hopewell Rocks, and I can tell you that's where they're spending their tourism dollars. We want to create an environment where people are going to stay and play here in St. John. And Lorneville is so accessible to St. John. It is a piece of our Fundy coast that is untouched. It's actually part of one of the largest pieces of untouched coastline on the eastern seaboard. And we hear that from Alma all the way up, right? So this is another huge piece of it. People are developing trails. They are, thank you. Okay. People are developing trails. We're doing hiking, we're doing backpacking, we're doing sea kayaking, and we're keeping people here in St. John. The money is going back into the city. We're sending people back into the restaurants and to do their shopping and to do all of those things because it's so close. Once we send them up the Fundy Coast, they're not coming back here. They're gone. So part of this is not just about, you know, protecting an area of wetlands. It is actually an economical, wise decision for you as the city of St. John to protect this land and to capitalize on the opportunities that it offers us as a city. Also, it sustains what we promote the city of St. John to be. Everybody that comes to our or through our doors and we take them out on excursions, they say, oh my goodness, I had no idea that this was here. I had no idea that this was so beautiful. And we say, you know what? St. John is forward-minded. St. John is concerned about our environment. St. John is green thinking, and we promote and we support you guys in all of that. And then this happens, and we have to think, wow, okay, are they really standing behind these things that they're promoting, the things that are being written about in our Explore Canada magazine? Everybody's reading about what a great city and community we are. So I'm here just to ask you and to beg, like everybody else, to stand behind those words, stand behind the good things that you've already started, the policies that you've already put in place. Don't waste time trying to change them for something else. What we have is good. Let's keep it. Let's protect it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name? I didn't write your name down. Can I just get your name? I missed your name.
Oh, Marguerite Burns.
Oh, Marguerite Burns, right. Yep.
I have a question for the speaker. Can I ask her a little question?
Yeah. Yeah. I've got her at 8 minutes, so you got a minute. Just I
Thanks.
got her 8:11.
Hi, Margaret, can you come back for a second? I've got a short question for you. I appreciate the conversation about the economics, the alternate economics. Can you give me in 2 minutes or less a little picture of the adventure tourism business industry in St. John?
Sure. So adventure tourism right now, we have the Bay of Fundy Adventures in St. Martin's, which does the sea caves. We have the Hopewell Rocks. We have River Bay Adventures that does the tours out to Partridge Island, which is absolutely amazing to celebrate that history there. And then us. So it is, it started out, I think, Bay of Fundy Adventures, which used to be Red Rock Adventures in St. Martin's, has probably been the longest standing adventure tourism company. And now it's building, and all of these other companies are coming into play because the demand is there. People are coming. I just had meetings with the travel trade from Europe, and we've got clients in Germany. We have clients in France. We have clients from Europe, from the States, that want to come here and spend their tourism dollars, but they don't just want to come to a hotel and walk around the city. They want experiences, and this is what we're trying to provide them, is show them the beauty of New Brunswick and get them to invest.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris, can you squeeze in a quick question?
I mean, I guess, do you know of anybody that would be willing to kind of make a major investment? Because we have had 2 proposals come around this table for adventure tourism stuff. It always seems to get sticky around the actual investment piece. I mean, I think I speak for myself, I know, but like, we'd all be interested in seeing proponents come from other industries on this land. You know, we're here today because there's been the 2 that were listed, but there's been multiple others, we understand, come and express interest here too. So do you have those kind of connections to point our staff to? Because I know Andrew over there at Envision would certainly be willing to chat with them.
Okay.
I mean,
Have you got a?
Not off the top of my head. I'd have to think about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
May-
and I'm
yeah.
sure talking to the other people in the industry, I would say we do have an answer for you. I just don't have it here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'll take the next speaker, please.
So my name's Wade Fatherby. I live 2348 Loch Lomond Road,
Wade?
St. John.
Yeah. Wait, what was your last name, Wade?
Pardon?
What did you say your last name was? Sorry.
Fatherby.
Okay.
Fotherby. So everybody has things to say. What they're basically, everybody here is trying to do is say how they feel about the decisions that you guys are about to make and the impact it will have on their life and in their future. One thing I would like to say is that I'm going to bring up some parts of the federal government. So we have net zero 2050, 25 years from now. Any heavy projects any heavy industrial do is a completely backward step towards achieving net zero. As any province or any municipality, any steps forward have to be taken towards achieving net zero. It's law here in Canada now. Anyways, I've been an environmental activist for well over 25 years. It's not my first rodeo. I worked with David Suzuki for many years. In 2013, I did a full research of our Environmental Protection Act, our Canadian Constitution, and our Bill of Rights. And upon all my research throughout that year, I realized that Canadians weren't actually allowed or entitled to the basic necessities of life: clean water, fresh air, and a healthy, sustainable environment. As a result of information that I passed on to David Suzuki, he started a movement called Blue Dot. Blue Dot was a movement that took 8 years, tens of thousands of other environmentalists, and hundreds of municipalities all over Canada to finally get the Canadian environment to open up the Canadian Environmental Protection Act and instill the basic necessities of life. So, in saying, I wish to read a little bit of recent legislation that has been passed into our government that you should all need to know and might want to look a little further into. Introduced in February 2022, Bill S5, which was as a direct result of 8 years of fighting through Blue Dot, Eco Justice, Greenpeace, and other environmental groups. Bill S5, Strengthening Environmental Protection for a Healthier Canada Act, received royal assent on June 13th, 2022. The bill modernizes the Canadian Environmental Protection Act from 1999 and represents the first comprehensive amendments to CPA since it was enacted 20 years ago. With this bill, the Government of Canada is delivering on its commitment to strengthen CEPA and recognize for the first time in federal law that every Canadian individual in Canada has the right to a healthy environment. We didn't have this right until this bill was passed. If you can believe it, some of the most important legislation ever passed in the history of this country. Bill S5 requires the decisions made under CEPA respect the right to a healthy environment. Over the next 2 years, the government will develop an implementation framework to set out how that right will be considered at administrating the Act. The framework will explain how the rights will account for principles such as environmental justice, intergenerational equity, and non-regression. It will also describe any other relevant factors to consider in interpreting and applying the right and determining its reasonable limits. Environmental justice includes the avoidance of adverse effects that disproportionately affect vulnerable populations. Non-regression includes the continuous improvement in environmental protection. Intergenerational equity includes the importance to meet the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The amendment also expressly requires the government to administer the Act in ways that minimize risks to health of vulnerable populations. In subsection 3.1 of the Act, the amendment defines a vulnerable population as a group of individuals within the Canadian population who, due to greater susceptibility or greater exposure, may be at an incremental risk of experiencing adverse health effects from exposure to substances. These populations may include pregnant people, children, people in good health, workers, and those living in areas where levels of pollution are particularly high. In Canada and elsewhere, the general approach has been to assess substances for risk in isolation. However, Canadians and the environment are exposed to a multiple of substances from many different sources, often at the same time and over a lifetime. So just give me a second here. Increased transparency in decision-making. The amendment to the CPA allows Canadians to request that a chemical be assessed and require the Ministers of Environment and Climate Change and of Health to consider and respond to any such requests. The amendment also requires that the government communicate anticipated timelines for completing risk assessments and for proposing subsequent risk management actions where a substance is found to meet the criteria to require risk. Now, in saying that, emissions. So this area over time, if this goes through and things are being built, are going to have hundreds and hundreds of vehicles constantly going in and off of this property. You can't assess the amount of emissions that will create. There'll be traffic jams, cars drip oil, they drip antifreeze, they use windshield wiper fluids. All that will seep into the groundwater supply. There is no stopping that. Even if these structures are built, you're going to have hundreds of people every day going in and off of this property. Now, what I'm coming up here is to try to help give you reasons of why you shouldn't even go to the next phase. So, As a result, the Government of Canada will get to work on implementing and modernizing. The implementation work will include engaging Canadians and developing an implementation framework on the right to a healthy environment under the CPA and a plan for chemical management priorities so that all Canadians can be protected and be entitled to fresh water, clean air, and a healthy, sustainable environment. This is Bill S5, which all of you should take a little bit of read through before you decide what you want to do, what you're going to do here. Obviously, it's a firm no with all of us, but so, hang on. That's not.
I've got you at 8 minutes and 40,
Yeah.
almost 9 minutes. Do you want to finish that, or do you want to take a question from Councillor Redwan?
Yeah, I just want to bring up one more thing then. I've got some other stuff here, but one of the things that I've studied as well throughout all my years is endangered species at risk in certain development areas. And the amount of biodiversity in the wetlands area that you are proposing here, I've looked into what species are protected here in New Brunswick and considered as endangered, including plant life, wildlife, birds, animals, aquatics, frogs, fish. There are several species in almost every wetlands in New Brunswick that are endangered species. And the risk assessment of what could be in this area that you're proposing, there is a very high percentage that there is one or many more life forms other than humans at risk in this area. And that alone should give you pause to think about what you want to do here today. Because 99% likelihood, the amount of biodiversity in that wetlands area, there's going to be one or more species that are protected under the Endangered Species Act. And I wish you all to consider the repercussions, not just for the short term, but for the long term. The monetary gains should be completely irrelevant. And I wish you all to make the right decisions, use your hearts, and think of future generations, because this generation is grown up. And we have till 2050 to be at a net zero in this country. And any step backwards, not going to get you there.
Okay, I've got you at almost 11 minutes. Councillor Redwan.
Yeah, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Very good. I'll take the next speaker.
Sorry. Question?
No, I'm out of time for that.
Ready.
11 minutes that we were at, sorry.
All right.
Next speaker. All right, I'll get your name and your address.
Madam Mayor and Councillor, my name is Susan Griffith. I live at 289 Point Road, St. John, in the community of Lorneville. Now, I've scratched a lot of this off to keep it brief. Like the rest of my neighbors, I am in opposition regarding the proposed Spruce Lake Industrial Park expansion. I grew up in Spruce Lake. Our house, the one that my mom and brother still live in, is the same distance to the proposed expansion project as my home in Lorneville. While I applaud the intent to bring industry, especially green industry, to the city, and I understand the urgency, several issues with the way this particular project has been handled, and most have been previously covered, so just know that I do echo those sentiments. I also dislike the spin put on the report. I found it very disrespectful in a lot of places. Now, it has been said repeatedly that this is just the redesignation process, that the actual rezoning will come later and probably won't be for heavy industry. Well, we know how this scenario plays out. Once this ball starts rolling, it will be nearly impossible to start. And your best intentions now, there's an election in a year, could go poof. So my question, and I understand it's a little bit rhetorical, But if we're changing the municipal plan, and if it's a living plan, as you say, it really resonated with me, why can't we make a separate designation for medium industry? Because when you think about this, combining medium industry with heavy industry sets everybody's back up, as you can tell. Even if medium industry was combined with light industry, half of this dilemma wouldn't be happening right now. And I understand there's confidentiality. They can't tell us what industries are coming. But you've got to remember the very first substantiated rumor about what was going into this expanded industrial was an EV lithium battery manufacturing plant. That struck terror in the minds of all of us. Not just the emissions, because that's a very wee part about what's going on, about what pollution it could be. You've got to remember you've got water coming downhill to these wetlands, continuing downhill into people's wells. Now, I grew up in Spruce Lake. They tried to put apartments in the bog behind the house I grew up in. That was a dismal failure. The contractor lost his shirt. He dug down, couldn't find the bottom, something solid to build on. He said, oh, I'll just fill it with gravel, it'll be fine. They got the foundations built. The only good thing that came from that is it was the best ice skating for us kids because the water came up from the bottom. It was even. The sides of the foundation sheltered us. It's perfect. Right now, it's barely a path. That big road that he tried to put out across the wetland behind my house is barely a path now. And not to speak ill of Dillon, but I hear that they don't do well with water. I understand that they are being sued by the town of Woodstock because they can't even build a well right. And these are the people that you've put your trust in. You can't blame us for being skeptical. So before I dismantled most of my speech, I had a couple of thoughts for moving forward. I absolutely love Marguerite's idea. I worked St. John Tourism in the 80s. It put me through university. Last year, I worked down at the Container Village with the bookstore. And I watched all of those buses, passengers come off the ship and go away. They came back half an hour before the ship left. All of those dollars, gone. I'd like to see that come back. St. John used to be amazing. I used to do walking tours. I used to do the bus tours. And I stayed in the city limits. Her idea of making this more of an outdoor adventure, perfect. Other ideas I had was still attract the industries, but find a spot away from residents that won't endanger the Bay of Fundy if something goes wrong. Last thing all of those cruise ships want to do is come up in an oil slick. Sell the land on the coast between Lorneville and Coulson Cove. You've already taken it. Sell it back to the residents. Sell it for a profit. For every parcel of land, you'll be able to run to the bank with likely an above market purchase price, the sales tax, and based on my own tax bill this year, at least $10,000 in property taxes, $7,257, which is going to the city. I'm retired on a pension, by the way. It hurts. Then you can call it a day, finish out your term, maybe get reelected for another one, and then retire knowing that you did your best for the city, the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take take the next speaker. All right, I'll get you to give us your name and your address, please.
It's Jill LeBlanc from 1270 Lawrenceville Road.
Okay, Jill.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jill LeBlanc, and I live in the beautiful coastal area of Lawrenceville, a very close-knit community. My ancestry dates back to the 1800s. There are 7 generations of my family who have gone through some very troubling times. Tonight, I'd like to give you a summation of what has taken place over the many years and continues to this day. January 1967, our community was amalgamated with the City of St. John against the wishes of the residents. Mayor Art Gould, on amalgamation in 1967, read a declaration to the record at Common Council, given the freedom of rights to a community to decide the uses of their community. This was unanimously approved by Common Council. And so this is what I have been saying all along about, you have one council in place and then they make these decisions and these promises, and then the next council changes them. Like, we need some stability here. That's the problem. Our property taxes are the same as the rest of St. John, but we certainly don't have the same services. No sidewalks, no bus service, no water and sewerage, no fire protection, and only one way out. In the event of an accident in the industrial park, we are trapped. June 1971, 8,000 acres of land was expropriated to make way for a thermal plant, a deep water port, an asphalt plant, and an oil refinery. There was much opposition and little notice was given. It's a total disgraceful way to treat people. During the time I arrived home from school, my mom was sitting at the table crying. As she had just learned on the news, we had to move. Sorry. It felt like a knife through my heart as I watched her cry. The events which happened within the future years just opens those traumatic wounds. 40 families were displaced. 4 generations, which included my immediate family, a great-grandmother, 2 sets of grandparents, several aunts and uncles, many cousins and friends. It was a horrific time for everyone, not knowing where we were going to live. Some homes were moved, but lots were bulldozed over. Families were devastated to see this happen to their homes and all the memories throughout the years being destroyed, and many of these people were seniors. During the move of some of the homes, a Lorville man was killed when the equipment they were using hit the electrical wires. It was a very sad time for the residents, and as I mentioned, it's a very close-knit community. The residents were told if the land was not used in a reasonable amount of time, the land would be returned to them. What is a reasonable amount of time? It's been 54 years. This was a mistruth. At one point during the expropriation, someone in the community said, "What about my father? He's in his late 70s. What can he do? Where can he go?" A member of the Justice Department from the government said, and this is a direct quotation, he said, "That's tough. We own the land." This type of behavior since then, and it still continues today. In 1978, the Spruce Lake dump opens as a 2-year temporary measure until an incinerator and a recycling plant was put in place. This dump did not close until 1997, following many, many protests and roadblocks. The 2-year dump turned into 20 years. This operated 20 years without a liner, and the leachate still flows from it onto the ground today. The wetlands, which are proposed to be destroyed, divert the leachate away from our homes, all of which are on wells. The next fight was 2001. MB Power announced it was going to refurbish the Colson Cove Regenerating Station in Lornville and convert it to burn ore emulsion from Venezuela. Ore emulsion is a very thick, sticky black liquid or solid that doesn't easily flow at room temperature. Bitumen is often found in oil sands and is considered an extra heavy crude oil. The $2.2 billion project involves sole sourcing the fuel from Venezuela in a 20-year supply agreement. The project was intended to be completed in November 2004. Thankfully, the deal ultimately fell through. Also in 2000, big plans were scheduled to build a massive industrial park near Colson Cove. It was going to be a huge barge terminal built at Splains Beach, and oil docks were to be built off of the Lornville Ridge behind residents' homes. Lots of land was stripped and grubbed, and a road put in going nowhere. During this time, Brian Irving, a member of the Spruce Lake Industrial Park, attended a meeting held by our Lornville Community and Recreation Association. Our committee was told if it did not come to fruition, the land and the beach would be put back to its original state. Never happened. It's still a mess down there. Another mistruth. June 2023, Birchville Wind Project comes online fully with little benefits to the residents of Lornville. July 3rd, 2024, this brings us to current time. Unaddressed white envelopes show up in the Lornville residents' mailboxes from Dillon Consultant announcing the proposed Spruce Lake industrial expansion. The letter was dated June 19th, 2024. This was the first notification to the residents announcing this proposed development. It was 2 weeks late, and they wanted feedback by July 15th. Deceitful and not starting off on the right foot, especially for a community that has been mistreated in the past. Most people thought it was junk mail, and in the garbage it went. Dillon Consultant is the company being sued by Woodstock over a failed $4.1 million water project. This really gives us a warm, fuzzy feeling regarding our EIA process. This project will destroy 1,000+ acres of mature forest and 200 acres of critical wetlands. The forest and the wetlands are the only buffer between our homes and the dump and other industry. If this land is cleared, that buffer will be gone, and it will be exposed. We will be exposed to noise, trucks and equipment, pollution, lights, etc., and the leachate from the dump. We were told in the past the land proposed for this project would be our buffer between the dump and our industry, and now this is happening again. Another mistruth. I have lots to say with regards to the critical wetlands, but there will be other speakers on this. Both the province and the city have mandated to increase protected natural areas. Why is government going against their own mandates? The city is expected to spend $774,000 to plant 1,100 trees. It was stated with reference to the purchase of these trees that they have a vital role to create healthy, sustainable environments. They absorb carbon, improve air quality, provide shade for people and animals, reduce the heat effect, how it beautifies and also helps to eliminate the snow melt, which reduces flooding, provides green space for people to relax and connect with future, and helps with well-being and mental health. It is very unsettling to hear this, while it appears that there's no problem to push this project to destroy this very thing we have in Lorneville. Please make this make sense. The residents of Lorneville have been through more than enough in the past 54 years. I think it's time to just let us live in peace. As you heard over the years, we've been told many things would happen and nothing has taken place. My faith in what is taking place with this plan is non-existent. We have been told lies as many as over the years that the faith will never, ever return. I would like to ask a question. Would any of you councilors around this and the mayor around this horseshoe would want 150 meters behind your home? Would you want heavy industry? I'd like an honest an honest answer, and I know what that honest answer would be. No, you would not. I cannot comprehend why some feel that we are being unreasonable when it comes to the destruction of the environment and contamination of our wells and property. It impacts our mental health and physical health and enjoyment to our properties, which is a God-given right. How many more generations of families in Lorneville will have to fight to defend the future protection of our community and our lives? Now, I want you to listen to a video that I have. It's just it's 54 seconds.
54 seconds, you'll just make it, Joe.
Okay.
And we've all read all your letters in this kit.
Okay.
And you've had more than one in there.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I've read that history you quoted us.
Well, maybe not everybody's sunk in. Oh, where'd it go? Here it is. I don't know if you can hear it.
You have to put it out to the mic. The mic. The chirping, is that what you're... I could hear them. Thank you, Joe. Are we ready for a break? Or should we keep going? Nobody's asking for one. You guys? Oh, okay. We'll get you to come up, and then we'll take a quick break after this.
I promise I'll be short and sweet.
I'll get you to give us your name and address.
Of course.
Thank you.
My name's Madison McKenzie. 138 Morris Street is my address. I mostly just wanted to make sure I had sent a letter. I wasn't sure if it was included. I was asked if I wanted it to be forwarded to the clerk to be included for presentation, but I just wanted to ensure that it was. Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to double check that. And also just to reiterate, I understand that tonight is for one specific purpose, and I don't believe that my neighbors and friends and family members are confusing the purpose of tonight's meeting by talking about the EIA and other concerns that they may have. I don't believe it's a miscommunication or a misconception. I just think that they're trying to drive home what will happen after tonight, after you vote on this matter tonight. This vote is either the stopping point or the continuation of what is about to happen in the Spruce Lake, Industrial Park expansion project. We just want you to fully grasp the scope of what you are either going to permit or stop tonight, and just the gravity of the decision that you are all about to make tonight. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madison. All right, can I get a motion? I'm gonna get a motion. Can I get a motion for a break? Are you guys, yeah. All right. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, please. Councillor Ogden, calling Councillor Ogden. Councillor Ogden, are you in the house? Councillor Ogden? Hello. Okay, folks. I'm going to ask for the next speaker who'd like to speak against this, but I just want to say one quick thing. I had Rayanne up in back there, who works in my office, go out and ask who's out there that still has to speak. There's apparently 25 people that would like to speak, so that 10 minutes, that's 250 minutes. We'd like to get through, if we could, at least get through the speakers that are speaking opposed to the application. So rather than saying, you know, you can't speak on this, you can't speak on that, if you could, if what you want to make for points has been made, and the history lesson that Jill gave us was good. I read it in the kit. So if there's things that you haven't heard yet, come up and say those things. It would just be nice to get everybody tonight, on at least the ones that are opposed to this, to have all of that for us. And then we can, in 2 weeks, we'll have to start up again. So I'll ask for the next speaker. There was somebody coming down the stairs. There you go. I'll get you to give us your name and your address, please.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. I'm Dawn Alexander.
Oh, Dawn, yep. Nice. I've met Dawn. I've read a lot of, she's got a lot of letters in the kit too.
So I'm a grandmother and a proud resident of Lorneville, and I'm going to speak from my heart and for my grandchildren and for the community that's been my home for decades. Tonight, I asked you to vote no, or whenever you're voting on this, on the proposed land use amendment for the Spruce Lake Industrial Expansion. I just want to reiterate that, just to be clear, I think all the residents here totally understand that the EIA is under the Department of Environment, provincially decided. But with 204 applications in 12 years, 201 have been approved, 1 denied, and 2 have gone to comprehensive. So you're the only hope for saving this wetlands right now. And we're told by the province of New Brunswick, just on Friday, they are waiting on your intentions of the land before they deny or approve the EIA application. So this is indirectly in your hands. And that's why so many people are talking about the EIA. I also want to state that Mr. Dobbelstein spoke about the credibility of the EIA, but it is, I can tell you right now, it is biased. It states that the Lorneville community embraces the expansion of the Spruce Lake Industrial Park. Who did the survey on this? We have a petition, it's in your package.
Yep, it is there.
It's from the Lorneville residents, it has the PID numbers on it. It's near 100% opposed to this expansion. I just wanted to bring that point up. So this isn't thoughtful planning, it was reactionary development. It all started with the EV battery plant, a project that has been since canceled. But in the excitement, we lost sight of our planning principles, environmental protection, and the people who actually live here. And I want to say also that Jennifer, and I'm sorry I missed your last name from the planning department. When talking about the proximity of the expansion, butts up against the existing industrial park and along the King William Road, but the community of Lorneville was not even mentioned in this proximity. So this is our take on this, that we weren't listened to during the whole task force meetings. So this was rushed, and the province pressured the city to designate for heavy industry just to secure a $1 land transfer. Yes, it's a good deal, but only if we ignore the cost to our community and to the environment. The city even bought back 8 acres of land for 1.4 million. That's the little dot here, if you can see from there, number 4. 8 acres, bought it back for 1.5 million, that they had sold just 4 years earlier for 64,000. That's not strategy, that's panic spending. This project is created on speculation of how many jobs. And will those jobs be for St. John residents? Will they be subsidized jobs? And at what cost? What is the cost to cover the clearing, the setup, the gravel pads, water, sewerage, and power? It's estimated at hundreds of millions for taxpayer dollars. Is this logical to think that development jobs will outweigh the cost when the existing Spruce Lake Industrial Park still has large parcels of land vacant with for sale signs with no developers in years? As you stated recently, Mayor, where's the economic lift for the city? What will be the final cost? And for what? How many jobs? You're breaking your own rules as stated about policy U77, 1.5 kilometers from residential zones. Lornville already lives with an industrial park, a metal shredder, an asphalt plant, and a dump with no liner. We were told the land now for redesignation would be our buffer, our protection. Now you're turning that buffer into another threat. You spoke up for Woolastook Park. Will you speak up for us? We've listened carefully to your words at the Woolastook Park hearings. Councillor Sullivan, you stated, quote, it comes down to a reduction of quality life for the people that live and use the area, unquote. And Mayor, you also pointed out, quote, quality of life is important, unquote. And also the fact that heavy industry pays 9.2% and the residents pay 62% of the city's budget. And quote, Mayor, you said, whose voice needs to shape the community because it's a community we want to live in, unquote. Also, your radio interview statement, Mayor, was very good, and I agree with it. Quote, no planning document today would ever recommend heavy industry adjacent to residential. It just doesn't work, unquote. Councillor Killen, you had many valid points about Woolastook. Quote, do we sacrifice protected parkland for private industrial convenience or uphold our municipal plan's integrity? Policy really does matter, and we are trying to prevent industry encroachment onto green spaces and not put something in permanently that we can never take back. This violates that covenant and sets a dangerous precedent. We value green spaces and our community values well-being over corporate shortcuts, unquote. Also, Councillor Stewart, you had great insight when you said, quote, a lot of things can happen in 5 years. People here may not be here in 5 years, unquote. This is one of my main concerns. Once this entire area is designated heavy industrial use, a lot could change in years down the road with another council of the day. Councillor Darling, you had safety concerns at the Woolastook hearing. Quote, making sure we are putting all our people first is important. And Councillor Radwan, you also stated, quote, the community needs its quality of life back. These are that was an unquote. These are powerful words. Please apply them equally to Lornville. We may be out of sight, but we're not out of mind. Destroying wetlands is not progress. This project will destroy over 200 acres of wetlands, ecosystems that filter water, absorb carbon, prevent flooding, and protect biodiversity. We're told it's okay because $3 million will be spent on compensation. But let's be real. This is not environmental stewardship. It's environmental theater. As David Suzuki reminds us, less than 2% of these funds ever go toward actual restoration. Wetlands are lost. Wetlands lost are almost never replaced. If we're planting 1,100 trees in one part of the city while clear-cutting acres of mature forest in another, what message are we sending? The process was not dialogue, it was a sales pitch. I served on the community task force, I gave my time in good faith, but it became clear that the city wasn't there to listen. They were there to sell the project. In the process, timelines were changed, meeting canceled, last report to the community delayed, location changed from community center to city hall, and presented to the task force only. When given the option, the community chose to have it presented to all of the residents at once.
Dawn, can I ask you a quick question? I've got you at about 8.5 minutes. Do you want to finish, or do you want to take a question from a councillor? It's up to you.
I'm going to finish.
Okay, sounds good, Councillor Ogden. That won't work.
So that experience, and we didn't feel that we were listened to. So you already heard that they reported we didn't care about the wetlands. When asked about the failed cleanup of the dump, a city task force member suggested to have the new developer pay for the dump cleanup as part of their agreement. Better than the taxpayers pay for it, was the comment. And I don't think that would make a great selling point to a developer. We had lots of questions that weren't really answered, and we have more information tonight about possible clients that we asked for 10 months, and we have more information come from Mr. McKinnon tonight on that. This is about fairness. We don't oppose progress, we oppose recklessness. The same values that protected Willistook Park well-being, safety, integrity must apply to us too. You are our representatives. You are our last line of defense. Please don't make this a story of double standards. Let's reclaim the meaning of community. The province's own publication, Sustainable Communities, page 12, draws a critical distinction. Discussion, as you said, your city had a discussion with the community. Discussion aims to convince someone of your opinion. Dialogue aims to understand, putting oneself in another's shoes. This process has all been discussion, no dialogue. We deserve better.
Okay, I've got you at 10.5 minutes.
In closing, for nearly a year, Lorneville residents have fought to protect our homes, our health, and our future. We've done so respectfully, passionately, and persistently. Now it's your turn. Please vote no to this amendment. Protect Lorneville from further industrial encroachment. Prove to us that our voices matter as much as anyone else's in this city. Do not trade community trust and environmental integrity for a quick land deal. We are St. John too. We deserve the same protection, the same empathy, and the same respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. I'll take the next speaker, please.
Hello, everybody.
Get your name and your address.
My name is Raven Blue, and I live in Uptown St. John. Bear with me, I woke up at 4:30 this morning, got an early flight, so I'm running on fumes right now.
You can't use that word here.
Yeah. So I wanted to just start off with why I'm here. I'm here on behalf of the St. John Community Coalition, so we submitted a letter. And, you know, when we get behind a cause like this one, I thought, I should explain why we wanted to get behind this cause. And I think it comes down to, you know, us as a city, as a community, deciding, you know, what kind of a community do we want to be. And for the coalition, I think it's not just about what decisions we make, but also how we make decisions. And something we've noticed and that we've been supportive of, the City of St. John has been getting better in how they do public engagement. And the city has raised the bar, and I think we're learning, and as a community, and sometimes it gets a little rowdy, it gets a little bit out of hand. But I feel like we're doing a lot better when I see how things played out with AIM and how the city came out very much in favor of relocation. And when I see how with Willistook Park, the city was really listening to the community. And so we have shown as a community that we are able to really listen to people, understand where they're coming from. And that's democracy. And it's a great thing to see when we see everything that's happening down south and how things are becoming less democratic. But here we're seeing things become more democratic. And so for me, coming here, like flying from Toronto and coming back to St. John, I feel so proud of the city right now and where we're at. And I actually flew over Laurenville, and you know, the whole province is beautiful. But I think, like, for the scope of discussion today, we're not talking about just nature and the waterways. We're really talking about, you know, should we redesignate this land? And I think for us, for the coalition, we think this is not the right time to do that, to redesignate, because what we're hearing from the residents of Laurenville and other residents in the greater St. John area is that it's not just about what decision we're making, it's how do we make these decisions in a way that everybody feels like they're being heard. Clearly that people aren't feeling that way right now. And sometimes when a steamroller is set in motion, it feels like it's hard to stop it because there's a lot of inertia, there's interest in investment. You know, a lot of these things can be really good, like a data center can be a great thing for people. A lot of industries can have positive spin-offs, of course. And what I've heard from some of the folks at Laurenville, they're not saying no. You know, they're saying, well, what's going to happen, or what do we have a say? What industries could have an impact on us? And I think one of the biggest risks they face is with their well water. Especially with something like a data center that would use so much of their well water to the point of maybe drying up. And without knowing what kind of industries may or may not come in there, I mean, we have an idea, we have a list, but that only gives us this little picture. But without really having a full understanding of what would or would not be allowed, of course they're concerned. And if you look at the history of, you know, I would recommend everybody have a look at the fact sheet that they handed out, because it just lays it out in very clear terms. And we've heard a bit about the history. They are legitimately concerned about what could happen to their neighborhood and their land. You know, there's a history of, for lack of a better word, generational trauma of things being taken away, land being taken away. And so as a community coalition, we feel like this is something where, as a city, we should all be standing up for them a little bit better. And as a city, we have the capacity to do better. We've shown that already with the way we've handled other issues. And I think slowing down a little bit and maybe slowing the steamroller, taking out the keys and talking to people a little bit more might be really appropriate at this time. Like right now, residents don't seem to have a lot of assurances, and they don't have a lot of assurance about will their well water be safe. And it's also about just their property. When you have unknown industry encroaching on your land, then the risk, of course, is that people might want to move out. And if their well is running dry, people are going to want to move out. And so it's not just encroachment, it starts to feel a little bit more like rent eviction. If your landlord is, you know, doing major renovations downstairs, it's loud, it's noisy, there's dust, and you don't want to be there anymore. And that's also a risk. Residents don't have assurances that that's not going to happen, that they're not going to try to buy up their land and encroach further. And they're seeing this encroachment is happening now. So you look at the history, they have legitimate concerns. They don't completely feel like they're being heard. And that's why we're getting involved as a coalition.
All right. Thank you, Raven.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I'll take the next speaker, please. Anybody else that's speaking in here? If not, we're going to ask, well, you can hear me out front. If there are any speakers out in the lobby, a few of you should probably start to come in.
Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Scott Gilbraith. I reside at 1740 Lorneville Road. I have lived my entire life in Lorneville, where my family has been rooted since the 1840s. Lorneville served my ancestors well. Its proximity to St. John made their lives easier. They were wise to settle here. They moved to the west side in the fall to work at the winter port, then returned in the spring to farm and fish. That was a way of life for much of the village until transportation improved in the 50s and 60s. After that, families began living in Lorneville year-round and worked in the city predominantly. Amalgamation of the city of St. John happened in 1967 against the wishes of our community. Since then, the proximity that once benefited us has become our burden. We've enjoyed the expropriation of ancestral lands in the 1970s, the construction of Colson Cove, a proposed LNG terminal, a temporary dump established in 1979 that lasted a decade, a proposed sanitary landfill, and even a proposed Chinese free trade zone promoted by Mayor Mackler and Council in the 90s. The list goes on. And now we face the proposal of a new industrial park totaling over 1,500 acres. This industrial park borders much of our community. It threatens to destroy what remains of Lorneville's natural landscape. If approved, it will transform our community into an industrial ghetto. I was 5 years old when my grandparents were expropriated. My parents and my grandparents had to bear that burden. In the 80s and 90s, my wife, mother, and I dealt with the city dump and the proposed landfill. My eldest daughter was just an infant then. Now my wife and I are back here again, this time with our youngest daughter. Living in Lorneville should not be a generational fight for survival. I attend meetings and see families giving up time with their children and grandchildren. It's heartbreaking. What other community has to fight generation after generation just to secure clean air, water, and a safe place to live? Can you name another community in New Brunswick that has faced as much as we have? Can you name one truly positive thing the city of St. John has done for Lorneville since amalgamation? Anybody? I can think of only one. We now have streetlights on every second power pole instead of every fourth. That's it. I retired after 35 years in the marine industry. One essential rule in navigation is that you never sail on scanty information. You consult every tool available: charts, radar, compass, weather reports, tides, local knowledge, navigational aids, etc. before leaving port. Mayor and council, tonight you are navigating on scanty information. The best words to describe how this process has been handled are cheap, easy, and sleazy. Cheap. The land for this project costs just $1 and consists mainly of mature forests and wetlands, not ideal for development, especially next to a residential community. More suitable land exists, but the city refuses to pay fair market value for it. Instead, you're looking to spend $100 to $200 million in taxpayers' money to convert this $1 parcel of land into something it was never meant to be. St. John is constrained geographically, bounded by the St. John and Kennebecasis rivers to the north, the Bay of Fundy to the south, and surrounded by wetlands, woodlands, and watersheds east and west. Number two is easy. It's easy to steamroll a small community of 700 to 800 people. It's easy to ignore the lives that will be disrupted and the environment damage that will be irreversible. And number three is sleazy. A 150-meter buffer with an optional additional 100 meters is being offered as acceptable separation from heavy industry. For perspective, 150 meters is the distance from City Hall to the Lotta booth in Market Square. You can hear bagpipes or smell greasy fries from that far. But we're not talking about food trucks or musicians. We're talking about heavy industry. Add to that the nondescript white envelopes in the mail, a rushed EIA done by a rubber stamp company, consulting firm, Dillon Consulting, and misinformation. Dilling's report falsely claimed Lorneville residents supported the project. Nothing could be further from the truth. The task force was presented with an incomplete report, and the full report was made public the following day on the city website. Then there's the issue of raw water for industrial use. The city claims there's an abundant supply. Currently, only two users, Irving Pulp and Paper and NV Power, draw water from Spruce Lake. which alone isn't sufficient. Water is pumped from the East Branch Musquash Reservoir to meet demand. This reservoir lies within the Loch Elvin Natural Protected Area. How will increased industrial use affect this protected zone? What about the impact of low water levels on land stability and wildlife? The Musquash watershed, which indirectly feeds Spruce Lake, includes 4 dams, East and West Musquash, Loch Elva, and 7 Mile Lake, all built in the 1920s. Industry will depend on century-old infrastructure. Who will pay to maintain or repair these dams? The city? The taxpayers? It costs $200,000 per month or $2.4 million per year to pump water from the East Branch Musquash Reservoir to Spruce Lake. That's another burden for taxpayers. And what about the impact on the Musquash Estuary, a federal marine protected area? If water is diverted for industry, how will it be affected? Before every meeting, you acknowledge that St. John sits on unceded Indigenous land, yet you overlook the fact that the land you now seek to industrialize was once the property of Lorneville residents, taken from them by expropriation in the 1970s. It would be illegal today. The times may be different, but the parallels remain. In closing, the city's latest slogan is Small City, Big Heart. Tonight I ask you to vote with your hearts. Say no to industrial expansion in Lorneville.
More speakers left? Any speakers? Are we done with the speakers? Okay. I'll get you to give me your name and your address, please.
My name is Callista Kozats. I live at 1520 Lorneville Road.
Sorry, we didn't get your name. We just, the clerk didn't get your name.
Callista Kozats. I live at 1520 Lorneville Road.
Okay.
Okay. Good
Sure,
evening,
go ahead.
Council. Sorry. Sorry. Good evening, Council, staff, and fellow residents. I'm here today because I am a concerned member of the Lorneville community. I'm here because I care deeply about the health and safety and the future of St. John. Let's be clear, this industrial park may seem like progress on paper, but to those of us who live downstream and downhill, it feels like we're being sacrificed for the promise of someone else's profit. We won't trade our health and well-being for concessions. St. John has had a long and painful history of overbuilding and under-delivering. We've heard many of these projects tonight. Thank you, Jill. Each project arrived with promises, but where were the results? Where were the long-term jobs? Where are the thriving communities we were told to expect? We need to move past this big industry will save us mentality. All it does is make our city stink, makes us sick, steals our resources, and keeps us poor. The costs presented here don't seem to outweigh the benefit. I fear we're exchanging temporary jobs for permanent destruction. We can't build these sensitive ecosystems again. Your strategic plan says that St. John is more than a place, it's the people that make it home. But city staff actions tell a different story. Your brand, Small City, Big Heart, feels incredibly disingenuous when you consider the mental health impacts of this past year on residents. We've watched our friends and neighbors become exhausted, sleep-deprived, and deeply discouraged. I've seen task force members pushed to tears out of frustration with a process that seems designed to wear you down and make you give up. City staff claim that this park will support non-emitting industries, but the documents allow for hydrogen fuel storage, timber processing, and bulk fuel infrastructure uses that come with serious environmental risks. And don't forget, we're downstream. We live with the runoff, the airborne pollution, the noise, the traffic, and the lights. Health studies show that industrial development like this diminishes quality of life. High-risk shift work leads to burnout, substance abuse, and anxiety. Environmental stressors like noise, light, air, and water pollution cause chronic stress, fear, and helplessness. You talk about your grow, green, belong, move, and perform priorities. But does Lorneville not belong? Are we not allowed to grow? Will we be forced to move? As for perform, do you really value your resources? Will you ensure the city is accountable and adhere to its plans, policies, procedures, and best practices? And what exactly is green about paving over forests and wetlands to bring in diesel trucks and industrial infrastructure? Please understand that the opportunity you have here, please understand the opportunity that you have here. As a newer St. Johner, I see incredible potential. Beautiful parks, coveted ocean views, creative people who want to make this an electric and thriving city, plus the possibility of ecotourism. But you can't walk safely through the parks. The city stinks from pollution. And instead of turning toward a vibrant, forward-thinking future, the city is anchoring us to an old playbook. We have a refinery that emits 3 million tons of CO2 every year. We need carbon sinks like forests and wetlands, not more industry. And if this is about jobs rather than GDP, please be diligent in ensuring this proposal supports that. Some uses and facilities proposed have very few workers, as we saw in the presentation tonight. My numbers were generous, but a large-scale data center would be considered green and clean if run off renewable energy. It may have 1,000 to 500 or 5,000 workers during the construction phase, but only employ 100 to 300. I believe the numbers from tonight were only 150 jobs total. It may also be 20 to 100 acres in size. The risks would be a large energy demand and grid stress. Tens of hundreds of megawatts of electricity put a strain on local power grids, potentially driving up rates and necessitating costly upgrades. Cooling systems for these centers use millions of gallons of water annually. Nearby communities could experience light and noise pollution. And what about the wells? A large battery facility, which would be considered green and clean and typically found near wind turbines and solar installations, could employ up to 1,000 workers during construction, but only 60 full-time once operational. It takes up 10 to 60 acres, depending on storage capacity. The risks include fire, toxic smoke, explosions, heavy metals and solvents, leachate, air quality, and airborne contaminants. I have a question. Is there a threshold for job creation before any company is approved? And what are the repercussions for St. Johners when new industry strains our already limited power supply and water resources? Has that been studied? Some uses and facilities proposed also have higher risks that seem downplayed in this proposal. On January 16th, 2025, a massive fire broke out in a battery storage section of the Moss Landing power plant in Northern California, a so-called green and clean, non-emitting industry. This fire, which was attributed to water damage in some of the batteries, forced the evacuation of 1,500 nearby residents, closed schools, closed a major highway due to the toxic fumes, including hydrogen fluoride, a hazardous chemical that can cause severe health effects upon exposure. There must be a better way forward. Council, this is a defining moment. Let's not continue to build on past mistakes. You say your mission is to grow the city, serve the city, and be the city of choice, and that starts with serving your citizens. I ask you tonight to defer this rezoning until we have a full environmental and health assessment or a better opportunity that creates more jobs and more economic spinoff. I hope that you'll require industries to meet strict job creation, emissions, and community benefit standards, and make risk assessments public. And most importantly, stop breaking the trust through the top-down decisions and broken processes we've already been through. St. John can be a city of the future, but not if we continue to be held hostage by big industry. This isn't just about land use, it's about who we are and what kind of city we want to become. We're watching, we are tired, but we're not going away. Thank you.
Next speaker. I can get some of the speakers from out in the. All right, I'll get you to give us your name and your address. You can pull the mic down closer if that fits you better.
Good
Perfect.
evening. Can you hear me?
We
Hi.
can.
Hi, I'm Sue Watson. I'm from Rossegg. And I'm going to be quick. I just have a couple of questions that I would like to ask. And the first one is to do with some of the policies in the city. And the policy NE27 is participate in provincial and federal environment impact assessments undertaken for projects in the city to advance the city interests. And policy NE28, where possible, seek to harmonize the environmental impact assessment process and the city's land use planning process for development projects. And this is all to do with rezoning. Considering these policies, why is the rezoning and EIA process considered separate? Shouldn't the EIA inform land use decisions? That was one question I asked, and I don't know if you guys answer those questions or you just listen to my questions.
What we'll do is we'll listen to those questions, and then there will be an opportunity for my team to ask staff questions, but that's not going to be until I close the public hearing, so we'll have to get through
Okay.
opposed, for,
All right.
and then we close it,
Perfect.
and then staff.
And then my next question is all to do with the water monitoring program at the 150-meter buffer that was mentioned tonight. And I'm not sure if it's Dillon Consultant or the City of St. John that monitors these results. And my question is, how often are these, is the groundwater monitors, is it weekly, daily, monthly, yearly? Do we get the results? And who gets these results? Does the Lorneville residents get these results? Because I'm under the understanding that they don't, that it goes to the environment and it's really environment ministry and it's really, really hard to get these results. And if the water is contaminated, what does the city plan to do to make sure the residents of Lorneville have safe drinking water? Because that's one of the big things that the Lorneville people are worried about is their water supply. And is the city going to look after the people of Lorneville? So those are my two questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And what we'll do with those, like I said, we'll hang on to those for staff to answer those. I mean, a lot of that would be standardized practice, but we'll get those answers for you because staff is here to write down those.
Perfect. Thank
Okay?
you so much.
Thank you for being here tonight, Sue. Okay, I'll take the next speaker. Next speaker. I'll get you to give us your name and your address, please.
Yeah. My name is Brandon Flynn.
Brandon Flynn.
And I'm on the east side. Yeah. I'll keep it relatively brief. It's one paper here, double-sided. Could I ask a brief question to start? Is anyone on council aware if Maliseet leadership has been consulted about the proposed changes?
What we'll do is we'll get staff to answer that question as well, but they'll take a note of that and I will as well.
The general theme of what I wanted to talk about is regarding why those in Laurinville would be rightfully skeptical of new industry developments in their corner of New Brunswick. You'll remember that in 2018, there was a butane leak on River Avenue that forced 84 people to be evacuated. Irving then offered rock bottom prices to buy those homes while the occupants accepted the sale for fear of their safety. This was recent enough that today, if you go to Google Street View, they still show you the neighborhood that used to exist instead of the 24 homes replaced by pavement that you can still tour today. We of course remember the 2018 refinery explosion that burst the windows of those in Champlain Heights, and the massive black plumes of smoke that could be seen from all over the city. We've already mentioned several times today the AIM explosions that everyone is familiar with. Not just the fire that occurred a couple of years ago, but also the global news reports over 40 explosions in a 16-month period from 2018. Just weeks ago, we had a diesel leak in Woodstock where over 174,000 liters of diesel leaked into Woodstock's soil. We can't consider a piece of land worthless because it isn't occupied by humans. We don't exist in competition with nature, but in harmony with it. We can't be surprised that when we destroy nature's home, it will come to live with us. That means deer, flies, mosquitoes, and all other sorts of critters that will be looking for a home. The water will come too. Without the wetland acting as a source of drainage, the surrounding areas will flood. Consider the flooding we saw just weeks ago on the east side around McAllister Drive. Ironically, the same effect makes it more difficult for wells to replenish. The residents of Laurinville are being promised economic disparity with this industry expansion, and how so when we see other circumstances where, say, Irving has no shame in hiding their assets in Bermuda, or when their tax assessments are suspiciously low. Our last premier was an Irving executive for decades, and too often big business disregards the prosperity of the community in favor of making a buck. And we need leadership that understands that corporate interest is often at odds with our well-being. As I said, I live on the east side. I have Canada's largest oil refinery in my backyard and Canada's highest child poverty rate in my front yard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker? Next speaker? Anyone here left who would like to speak and oppose the project?
Whew, I'm going to try to get through this without like shaking uncontrollably. I have an anxiety problem, so please bear with me. Thank you, first of all, to everyone that spoke today. You've heard a lot of passion, and I hope that that means something to you. I've also heard a lot about respect.
I have to stop you for just 1 second. We didn't get your name.
My name's Sarah.
Sarah?
Yes.
Last name?
Durham.
Durham.
I'm
Address?
uptown.
Uptown, okay,
Yeah.
Sarah.
I think respect goes both ways. And you're elected officials. You make decisions that affect a lot of people. You need to be held accountable for your decisions. And you need to give the people respect as well. So I just wanted to put that out there. I know this is tiring, and I'm sorry. I know nobody wants to keep hearing this, but like this is democracy in action. So instead of being annoyed with us, you should see how beautiful this really is. So I'm going to actually say my statement now. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight and address this important issue of heavy industrial expansion into critical wetland habitat. And sorry if heavy is not the right word, industrial expansion. I'm a doctoral student, and for clarification, I don't like to pull this card, but I have a bachelor's degree in wildlife biology. I have a master's degree in wildlife ecology. I'm working on my doctorate in biology. It doesn't seem like you had a lot of experts consulting on some of these things, so just want to let you know that there are experts out here that know these things, and this is important to consult with people who actually know what they're talking about. So I'm also a resident of Uptown St. John, and as such, I'm surrounded by heavy industry. From the refinery to AIM to the pulp and paper mill, heavy industry is ever present in my day-to-day life. There's hardly a day where I walk outside and cannot smell the pollution from these industries. It is no wonder that St. John has much higher cancer rates than the rest of New Brunswick. That's something to be ashamed of. A lot has been said here tonight about the proposed expansion in Laurinville, from the lack of transparency to the negligent environmental impact assessment, which I will not harp on. Rather, I have one question for council tonight. Why do we think more heavy industry in general, is good for this city or this province? Industry comes in, extracts wealth and labor, and is not taxed appropriately given the damage they do and the profits that they accrue. The money that the government fails to collect from industry could be kept in this community to fund social services to help people here instead of making rich corporations richer. Sure, yeah, you can give that an applause. Thank you. And please don't give me the tired old line that industry are job creators when Irving just laid off hundreds of workers and union bust constantly. Think of all the jobs that could be created if we properly funded social services in this province. Think of all the small businesses that could be created if people weren't too scared to quit their jobs for fear of not being able to pay rent or afford food. I'm tired of the city and the province putting the interests of industry in the name of growth over the health and the safety of its citizens. The government has been bending over backwards to industry for decades. If it was really beneficial, then why do we have some of the highest poverty rates in Canada? Indeed, industry does not alleviate poverty, it creates it through wealth extraction. Industry and those that get wealthy from these extractive processes are parasites sucking everything from this province. As an ecologist, I am all too aware of how everything in nature is connected. As human beings, we are part of nature and not something separate from it. Nothing we do happens in isolation. We must understand that the environmental crisis that we find ourselves in is a social issue. As such, the issue at stake here is bigger than Lorneville. Rather, Lorneville is just another example of how money is prioritized over life. If we hope to move forward as a society, we have to stop pretending that we can keep going on with business as usual. We have to stop our obsession with endless growth. What is the end game here? Are we really so dense as to think that something that hasn't worked so far in the past to pull the community out of poverty is somehow going to work this time? Do we really lack the imagination to envision something different? No amount of concrete and industry is going to fix the problem we find ourselves in. Indeed, it will only exacerbate it. The answer is clear. If we want a vibrant and prosperous province, we must tax existing industry appropriately and use that money to fund social services. Therefore, I am asking the city to vote no on the proposed amendments and focus their energy somewhere that could actually benefit the many and not just the few. If the only thing you value is money and growth, you value nothing.
I'll get you to give us your name and address, please.
Hi, yes, David McFarquhar, Quishemsis, 7 Charleston Court.
You can probably pull that mic
yes,
up
I will.
if
Thank
that's
you.
more comfortable.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. And so I can recognize, I guess, from the get-go that I did not vote for anybody sitting here in front of me today, but I will tie it back to that. So I appreciate you for letting me come here and say my piece about this. What I've heard over the course of this evening and from talking to a lot of the Lorneville residents and the people involved with this, we're in a time right now where on a lot of different scales, there's a crisis of trust in democracy and that people feel that their elected officials do not have their best interests at heart. And at the municipal level, that means one thing. At the federal level, that means a different thing. But from the beginning, going back decades, Lorneville has kind of been, they've been encroached upon, right, by the city of St. John. And we can say that, perhaps that's up to mismanagement decisions that predate anybody's time in this chamber right now. And we can't say that the people here should be footing the bill for that. But right up to the present day where people were given this very not considerate, the initial notices were not clearly given with a goal of pursuing complete informed consent on this issue. And now that we see the council not even sticking to its own planning documents, right? This idea that we have a gold standard of 1,500 meter setbacks, there has to be some consistency in what council says it's going to do and then what it actually comes out and does. And over the iteration so far, council has seen, or the council has changed its idea of what is acceptable here. And it does sort of seem that having very low tolerances is at best, I guess, meant to keep as many businesses in play as possible for the possible future for this park. Businesses we don't know, obviously, what projects necessarily being proposed or who's proposing them. But if you're willing to sacrifice your own standards that you've set out just to have a greater selection over which, there's obviously a lot of skepticism towards corporate control over the politics of St. John and New Brunswick in this city. To sacrifice your own standards just to keep as many options as possible in the game of who's going to become this, this albatross around our neck, seems strange and rather disingenuous to me. And where it does link back to myself as a resident of the Kennebecasis Valley is that, I'm seeing people pushing back against your decisions here on this issue. And I'm wondering what's going to happen in a few years from now when somebody who I could have voted for and did not, Wayne Long, who's very intent on pushing through a pipeline expansion through St. John, when those issues that council will have to work with him on come before them, are they going to treat them with the same sort of cutting corners for the sake of making the road forward slightly easier and getting a project done rather than doing a project in a way that respects the wishes of all of the people who are going to be affected by this? And so I do hope that all of you will, hear what I've had to say. And I agree with what many other people have had to say on the environmental file of this. I know that's not the issue at hand here, but I do hope all of you will go back and think about this and really consider that if you want to have the faith of the people who voted to put you here, you need to stick to the documents that you have said are going to guide your decision-making process as councillors and as a council, and do not approve to move forward with this right now. Go back and lay out a baseline before bring an even more appropriate baseline again before people and say, look, is this what you sent us here to do? Is this the will of our electors? That the first step to that is to vote no on the propositions before you tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Next. I'll get you to give us your name and your address for the record.
Okay.
We all recognize you, Shane.
Yeah. My name is Shane Galbraith. I live at 921 Manawaganus Road in St. John. And for the record, that's quite a distance from the proposal that you have before you here tonight. I think you mentioned a couple of times that you want, I need to have this up first, I guess. Oh, Shane Galbraith right here, okay. Oh, that one, they would appear to be upside down. Is there a technical support?
Just need it smaller? Is that what you?
No, it's upside down.
What's up?
No, it's.
No, the printing's
Oh,
It's
sorry.
not. Would you want
Okay,
it smaller?
no, that's good. That's fine,
That's-
thank you. Thank you for straightening that out. Okay. Now, I wanted to do the slideshow, like, well, this, oh, it's, okay, it's up there, sorry, I'm looking at it on the screen and it's, okay. All right, I'll jump right to the, I know the mayor's asked to get right to what the objections are, and I think the objections are quite clear. What I have, and I put in my letter tonight at page 886, I'm strongly opposed to the creation of a new 1,590 acre, actually 1,632 acre industrial park, only 150 meters from residential properties in Lorneville. I ask you to vote against the proposed bylaw amendments for the following reasons. The application does not align with the municipal plan. Now, this is something I quoted out of the staff report that went on the Wolastoqey application. In that case, it said that it was recommended the application, it was denied because it does not align with the municipal plan. The same thing, the proposal at Spruce King William Road is not recommended because it contradicts the policy framework of the municipal plan and represents an expansion of industrial use and its impacts into an existing neighborhood. So I think if you look at the rest of it, the proposed industrial park represents a significant expansion of an industrial use into the rural resource, park and natural area designations intended as a buffer for existing residential use in Lorneville. It's inconsistent with Plan St. John, and I think the inconsistencies that have been pointed out by quite a number of previous speakers this evening between what's in the municipal plan and what this proposal is about tonight.
Shane, can I interrupt you for just a second? What you're presenting is not this, what we have, correct? That we got on our desks today from Shane.
Actually,
Or is it?
this is the area the natural area that people have been talking about earlier. This is for the future expansion, 871 acres, 28.8 acres is the PSW out down here, and 132 acres of wetland in that just comes off the provincial mapping. So this is the area. This is the area that we're talking about. Where is this? Yeah, it's quick. Sorry, this area. Oh, now it's gotten a lot larger. Oh, that looks to be back in.
Just say your speech, don't worry about the slides.
Pardon?
Just say your speech, don't worry about the slides.
Okay. Anyhow, I wanted to have that up to show what natural area was involved. There's no necessity due to a lack of land there. The province has sufficient lands to locate a new industrial park north and west of King William Road. A greater percentage of this land is already designated heavy industrial and is already more affected by development than the natural lands in Lorneville. Same thing as what it says in the previous report concerning Wolastoqey. There's lots of land available to put a parking lot elsewhere. So the enhancement of community and quality of life, the whole notion for creating industrial parks in the first place is to separate industrial and residential land uses. The proposed industrial park to be located only 150 meters from the community of Lorneville, as it says in the previous report, will undermine neighborhood vitality, property values, and quality of life. Environmental impact. By choosing to create this heavy industrial park, and I say it is heavy industrial because it is the land designation that is the primary document, which the planning document sets the framework for land use in St. John. It's not the zoning bylaw. So by choosing to create this heavy industrial park, there will be 1,590 acres of currently undisturbed natural area that will be destroyed. A complete ecosystem of interconnected forests, wetland areas, watercourses, and wildlife habitat will be obliterated, along with the environmental benefits these areas provide. The other thing I had in my letter was due process. There's a concern about that. public processes designed to protect the public good, in this case, the municipal plan and rezoning bylaw amendment processes and the provincial EIA process have been tarnished by the initial rush to construct development-ready pads in anticipation of the outcomes of those processes. It's been plagued by a lack of transparency, proper planning, and due diligence. The application proponents have the option to approach the province and request transfer of lands north and west of King William Road to accommodate their needs. These lands are closer to Spruce Lake Industrial Park and further from the community of Lorneville. Just, I don't know if I can get that down. As for the Spruce Lake Industrial Zone, putting that into the zoning bylaw, the municipal plan amendment to designate 1,632 acres of land as heavy industrial is the more significant change. The strength of the Spruce Lake Industrial Zone is potentially one rezoning application away from being rendered ineffectual. So all of those setbacks, if someone comes in and wants to rezone that area, and Spruce Lake Industrial Zone won't necessarily stay that way. Like it could be you go for a rezoning for light industrial use or uses closer to the community. They could also cause the reduction in the municipal or in the environmental aspect. What the proposal says, and make no mistake, is what it is what's the decision if council goes for it tonight, is to create a new heavy industrial park located on wetlands and other sensitive natural areas near Lorneville. This will result over time in the destruction of over 1,000 acres of fully functional and interconnected drainage basin ecosystem of forests, wetlands, watercourses, intertidal saltwater marshes, beaches, and mudflats in the Bay of Fundy. Another thing is that what will happen tonight, there will be a setback distance increase from 30 meters to 60 meters for the two provincially significant wetlands in Mill Creek and Marsh Brook. Also, at the same time, the setback distance will be decreased from 30 meters to 15 meters for watercourses and from 30 meters to 0 meters for wetlands upstream of the PSWs. So the last part was to introduce the newly defined zone in the zoning bylaw. The proposed setback changes arise from a What We Heard summary report of the Lorneville Liaison Committee Task Force meetings. No one from Lorneville ever asked to have the setback increased to 60 meters around the PSWs. It was never discussed. On all occasions, Lorneville Task Force members argued to maintain the provincial standard of 30 meters setbacks from all watercourses and wetlands when it was noticed that the development pad design only called for 7.5 meters setback. This was subsequently changed to 15 meters, or half the standard 30 meter in a revised pad design presented to the Technical Review Committee for New Brunswick Department of Environment. The additional 30 meter setback around PSWs is not necessary and will only serve to further restrict what property owners bordering them what they can do with their property. I ask Council to maintain the provincial standard for setbacks as contained in policy statement at page 95 of the municipal plan, regulate land use in and near environmentally sensitive or significant lands, as well as lands adjacent to the city watercourses and coastlines through appropriate regulation of the city's zoning bylaw, and is at a minimum consistent with provincial standards. So this is, of course, there never was any Lorneville industrial site. I want to talk about the process and how it's been spinning, I guess.
Shane, I've got you at 11 minutes, and I'm good with you wrapping up because we spent a little bit of time trying to get your slides organized there.
Okay. Just in talking about there's been I guess I would say the process from the beginning has been disingenuous on both the EIA side and the planning side. The initial notice of the planned industrial park in Lorneville was in the June 19th edition of the Telegraph Journal, where it referred to lands being, the council expanding into lands that were formerly the Lorneville industrial site. Well, as I had on the photo earlier, there was no former Lorneville industrial site. It had been rezoned after in the 1972 expropriation of lands in Lorneville, but there was never any development there that would say that it would be the former Lorneville industrial site. The other thing in that article was misleading was that the
Shane,
the
can I get you
price
to
of,
wrap it up? I'm at 12, we're just over 12 minutes.
Yeah, it was $1.5 million to acquire 7 square kilometer area in the off of King William Road. Well, that was the price was for the 8-acre parcel that the city
Yeah.
acquired at that time.
You said- somebody said that earlier.
And the rest is for a dollar or whatever it is for the rest of the land. Again, it never came out, but there was a tender that was publicly advertised for the 40-acre city parcel, which is estimated to cost 10 to 15 million to fill that in for industrial pads.
Okay,
and then
that's
the
it.
overall site would be at least 75 million.
Shane,
Anyway,
you're a talker, and I've been on your little tour with you, so I know that. You're at 13 minutes.
okay.
All right, thank you. No, we're done with that one. Next speaker, please. Nope. Next speaker, please. Okay, I'm going to get you to give us your name and your address, please.
Good evening. My name's Lauren. I live on Jacks Road in Lorneville.
What's your last name, Lauren? Sorry.
Stephen Smith.
Oh, yes, I saw the letter.
So I'm a new resident and I moved from a metropolis with a 9.8 walking score to Lorneville with no transit, no grocery stores, my favorite, all because of the natural beauty that it has to offer. And to piggyback on what Marguerite Burns was saying about tourism, there's a lot of ecotourism that can be done. Vermont is taking in $2.8 billion for tourism. Maine is taking $6.2 billion in from tourism. What differentiates New England from the beautiful landscape that we have to offer? And there's money to be had. I picked up a magazine at the grocery store, Canadian Living.
Somebody gave me this one tonight, is that it?
That's right.
Yeah.
So it says on the cover, 13 hidden gems of Canada. And one of those is Black Beach in Lorneville. This is something that should be promoted. We should be sharing our wealth and the ecosystems that we have in grandeur. It's one of 2 beaches in Canada that have black sand, in addition to Iceland and Hawaii. Most Canadians don't know that we have black sand beaches. So just to, I don't know if you guys know, but there was a project where a small group made a project and recently took place in New Brunswick, in Quispamsis. It was conducted by the World Wildlife Fund, and they gathered to meet eager participants for a carbon measurement training session. It's one of many that are scheduled across the country over the next few years. It's called Nature Meets Carbon Project, and they're sharing their training throughout Canada. And their goal is to equip communities with tools and resources to measure and to monitor the carbon in vegetation, soils, and wetlands of their land and their territory, of which we have a lot. So what we learn in school is that carbon is stored in nature through the same photosynthesis that produces oxygen. But knowing carbon isn't just the same as knowing how much carbon we have. So that's where the measuring comes in. It also doesn't tell us what happens if we alter or degrade or disturb or overdevelop these landscapes by, say, draining a peatland for agricultural purposes or disrupting and filling a wetland, or by putting in a mine, or by greenlighting a commercial monocultural forest. So that's where the monitoring part comes in. And the initial measurement baseline is to track whether carbon is being effectively stored and sequestered into plants and soil, or is that carbon escaping into the atmosphere to further inflame climate change. So why measure carbon? For communities to make informed land use decisions in a province that's storing an estimated billion tons of carbon inside the forests, they need to know this type of data. So the training was showing these individuals in Quispam how to do that. This obviously supports climate change mitigation, whether you have specific questions or whether you just want to know about carbon stored in nature. It helps us plan for a future in which nature can continue to benefit wildlife and people. Quantifying carbon for better conservation. Measuring and monitoring carbon across landscapes can help communities understand how effective different ecosystems are at capturing and storing carbon. The more knowledge that communities have about carbon stored in nature, the better we can work together to advocate for and conserve these essential areas. Why? What ecosystem carbon? Carbon is found in all life forms and soils on Earth. It is exchanged through sources which release carbon and sinks which absorb carbon in the atmosphere and the biosphere. When ecosystem carbon sinks are disturbed, carbon dioxide and other heat-trapping gases can be released into the atmosphere, therefore accelerating climate change. The amount of ecosystem carbon in a specific area can be estimated through various in-field measurements and lab protocols. Why is this important? High carbon landscapes like forest, wetlands, peatlands, they all play an important role in regulating the Earth's climate by removing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it in natural ecosystems. In Canada, 327 billion tons of carbon are stored in terrestrial ecosystems. These ecosystems are disturbed. If the ecosystems are disturbed, that stored carbon can be released back into the atmosphere, accelerating climate change. With the accurate and accessible tools for carbon measurement, we can find the right approach to conservation, and we can help billions of tons of carbon in the ground. And I just want to add, I know we're not here to talk about the EIA, but I sent them an email in the middle of August. They returned a generic email to me in the middle of February. So I don't have anybody to talk to about.
Did they black out your name? It's in the kit.
Pardon?
I think. Did they extract your name? Because I think it's in the kit.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Did you
what
see
you're
the
talking
kit?
about. No, I was outside. I have no kit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we just go online to get it. I'm going to stop you right there for just a second. I'm going to put your time on. Oops. I'm going to put your time on stop because it's I need a motion to go past 10. If we're not going past 10, then Lauren will wrap it up. What are we doing?
I'd like to know, I'd like to know how many are actually left. I don't want to cut people off.
Right,
So if
okay.
we need more time, we should book another date and do it
So
right.
how many people are in here that still need to speak? Oh, yeah, we might as well.
Okay, yeah.
And then I should find out about who's out there. There's still 25 out there, or no, some of them have moved in. There's what? Check, yeah, we just need to know, like, if we could wrap it up in the next hour, that'd be good, but yes, Counselor? Can you put Gary's light on?
No way.
I'm
I know how you hate to go past 10.
I hate to go past 10 because I don't think good decisions get made late.
You're not making a decision.
But we're not going to be making decisions. I'm fine. Like these folks have come prepared to talk tonight. I'm good to go to listen and keep taking notes
Okay.
for a while, so I think we do that to 11 as long as we don't make a vote tonight.
Yes.
I'm
No.
good to keep listening.
Okay, so we're at 21:59. So 5 people out there, okay. Councillor Redwan, did you want to make a quick comment?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. With all the respect in the world, like I'm happy hearing all of this, and I don't mind staying later. I just
Okay.
would like everything kind of chimed into the zoning, because
Yep.
a lot of what I'm hearing is not helping a Laurenville case, actually. So I feel badly,
Yep,
but I
that's-
can't even think about some of it when
Yep.
I'm making my decision.
Okay, we'll have room for your remarks. Yeah, I'd need a motion. Deputy? Okay. Yep, you seconded it, Councillor? You moved it? Or are you commenting on it?
Comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't see any point in staying here for another hour if we have to come back another day anyway. Why not start fresh and get everybody?
Well, we're going to get
that's-
the numbers, I think, out there, because we've got
I'm just saying that,
5 out there.
so we're going to make people that aren't going to speak sit here for another hour and then come back another night again. And I'm thinking that's kind of,
Councillor Lowe?
We definitely, by law, can't go beyond 11 o'clock.
I don't think, that's not true.
It's not
I
true.
don't think. As long as I were to get a motion before the
Well,
clerk
let's find
stands
out
up.
if it's true or not. I thought we have to stop at
Clerk?
11 o'clock.
I think.
The procedural bylaw states that the clerk shall rise at 11 o'clock if the meeting isn't over, but council always has, and declare the meeting adjourned, but council always has an option to suspend the procedural bylaw as long as it does so before 11 o'clock. So in
There you
theory,
go.
you could go beyond.
The problem is that we're not going to hear 20 or 15 more people by 11 o'clock. And
No,
then-
but you can
then-
go till
then-
midnight.
Then we got to present the people going the other way.
Right, but you would get those opposed done. So it's up to council. You're making the decision, not me. So I've got to, put your speaker on.
People opposed tonight. They say there's 20 here and 5 outside. I don't know if we
I
can
don't think there's
smother
20
that
in
in, but.
There's not 20 in here.
If it's 11:30, 12, I'm fine with that.
All right. Yeah.
What?
It did get seconded. Somebody seconded it, didn't they? Okay, so I'm going to call the question on the question to stay until 10? Oh, sorry, stay until 11. Thanks. Question to stay until 11. All in favor? Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Motion carried. Oh, one on the screen. 4. So it just, there's, Councillor Killen is a nay. The deputy's a nay. 3, yeah. What? Okay, somebody changed their vote, because I had 4. Okay, I'm gonna, we'll stay. Let's stay, and let's see if we can get, let's see, I know, let's see if we can finish up. All right. Okay, Lauren, I hate to say it, but back to you. Councillor Stewart has a question. Okay, Councillor Stewart?
If we're going to
Stay.
stay, we're going to need a break.
Okay, can we let Lauren at least finish?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, okay, okay. Okay, Councillor. No, Lauren, you finish up. You finish up.
As you've heard this evening, in 67, the land was amalgamated with the city. Laurenville was amalgamated with the city, and their property taxes went up significantly for residents. In 71, that land was expropriated. Land was taken from families to put in a major polluter, Colson Cove, full of particulate, full of industrial chemicals, and that project was sold to the community for job creation and economic growth. It'll create jobs, they say. Then later, Spruce, pardon me? It's not being used to its full capacity like it was when it was presented to the community as this. And then later down the road, Spruce Lake Industrial Park, yeah, sure. Wind turbines, sure. The Laurenville residents have been very economic growth forward. They have been pro-job creation. The community has compromised for the greater good many times over. Our community has been amenable. I'm not standing here today in front of you saying, not in my backyard. I'm here to say that we don't want this on top of fully functioning wetlands that perform so many tasks for us for free. The air that all of us breathe, the soil that all of us receive nutrients and agriculture to sustain our lives, the carbon that's captured and stored in the ground from wetlands, the flood prevention where we desperately need help mitigating flooding, soil erosion where we're a coastal community, we are critically concerned about soil erosion. Our community is concerned about the redesignation of a heavy industrial park in such close proximity. I don't want a heavy industrial park beside any community. The slides that David Doppelstein showed saying that we only care about our wetlands and only our forests is incorrect. We care about all of it. We don't want heavy industry chemical exposure. That's something we're very concerned about. Volatile organic compounds, we're very concerned about. We don't want that beside any community in New Brunswick. We already have terrible statistics for air quality. You can go to Air Quality Health Index and look at it for yourselves and see the atrocious numbers. My friends and I are not environmental police officers. In order for us, there were Wawa infractions that we found. Nobody was protecting us, we found them. The water courses need to be protected, and Dillon Consulting says we're protecting them, we're monitoring them, we're doing everything. You shouldn't be affected. Oh, you shouldn't worry about your well water. No, it's fine. We found the infractions for Wawa. These are people who have full-time jobs. It's hard for them to take time off of work to come here to talk to you, to tell you about their concerns. We thank you for your time, and we also don't want to waste your time. You also have families like we have, who we've taken countless of hours away from, as well as financially, to be here to speak. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. Okay, I'm going to take a motion for a bio break. Councillor Darling and Councillor Lowe, I'm using you. Bio break. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes is what the team is saying. It's 7. Yeah. Who's going to be next on the speakers list? Is there another speaker in the room? Any more speakers against? Okay, well, who's the next one? What? Yeah. Oh, you're next? Okay, I just want to tee up the next person because I want to start in 5 minutes if we're going to try to get through everybody. Okay, can I call the meeting back to order? Calling the meeting back to, calling the meeting back to order. Councillor Ogden, where are you? Councillor Ogden, is he out there? Councillor Ogden. Councillor Ogden, calling Councillor Ogden. We have to wait for that guy. Councillor Ogden. Okay, here he comes. You two are up next. Okay, hold on for 1 second till my crowd. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, Joanna Killen. I got to get Joanna Killen to get her screen on. Hold on. Joanna Killen, thankfully she's not really hurt, I'm just not saying. Oh, there she is. Councillor Killen's back, Councillor Ogden's back, we're all back. Okay, over to you, please, and I'll get you to give us your name and your address.
Yes, my name's Kathy Baird. This is my husband, Len Baird. We live at 992 Lorneville Road.
Got your letters, Kathy, in the kit.
Thank you. My husband's family settled in Lorneville in 1832, and there's been 7 generations of us all together now. The first great-great-grandfather came from Ireland. My first time to come to Lorneville, because I was an original Lornvilleite, I married in young. And when I was 17, Len took me down to meet relatives, and I just loved it. I never went too far when I was a kid. I stayed in West St. John, so seeing Lorneville was an adventure. So a couple of years later, we got married and we moved away to Nova Scotia, made some money, and came home to fulfill our dreams. And our dream was to come and we wanted to clear our land in Lorneville. And it's land that was granted by the king way back, many family members ago, and we were blessed to have a piece of it. And it was all forest. We were 22 and we cleared that. And we built a home and had a family all in the same year. But in that time, one of the things that allowed us to do that was a sad thing. My mother-in-law, she was so wonderful, and she was a very young widow when the amalgamation took place. When the amalgamation took place, but then when the expropriation took place, she wanted to fight to keep that land for her 2 sons. And they wouldn't let her. And so she tried to, get as good a deal as you can get. And it was the princely sum of $500 an acre. And on the side of the road we are, on the Lorneville Road on the right-hand side, one thing you might notice if you've been down to Lorneville is the whole right-hand side has lovely homes, things are well kept. The left-hand side as well, but on the right-hand side, it's significant. There's only one home on each lot going down because all our back land was taken. And they told us that if it wasn't used in a reasonable amount of time, we could buy it back. The reasonable amount of time apparently never came true. And then after 50 years, here we are. And the land that we cherished, that we wanted to keep, that we wanted to pass on to our children and grandchildren, there's no hope of getting it back. And there hasn't been for most of Len's and my lives. I mean, we were starry-eyed 22-year-olds, and now we're almost 72, and here we are still fighting the fight to try and protect our community as best as we can. And I am so thankful for all these younger people now that are doing these fights and have such terrific educations and can do all the technical stuff and explain it. And I'm learning a lot from listening to them. But I don't have that to be able to give to you. So what we have is a lot of, I guess, just the absolute joy of living in Lorneville. It's been incredible, wonderful place to bring up 3 sons, even if you had to have a bear plan. And when we had our first son, second son came along by the time we were 25, and so did the bears from the dump. And they were in our front yard. And we live close to the road, and that did not scare them. And so I came to council, and Dennis Knibb was a counselor here at that time, and he'd been our principal when we were in high school. And I said, what do? We have two tiny children. What do we do about bears in our front yard? It's very scary. He just sort of shrugged his shoulders, said no big deal. So I went home and I called the police. And I said, can somebody come out and give us a little tutorial on maybe how to keep us safer, especially when I was a stay-at-home mom, stayed home with the kids. And the policeman was very nice, but he only had this solution. He said, well, bears don't like it if you hit them on the nose with a stick. And I said, okay. So I have my 3-year-old by his hand, my infant in my arms. I put the stick in my mouth and I try and aim well so he doesn't bite me. And that was the best advice that we ever got. And it was terrible. So
You're still alive, so I guess it wasn't, survived it.
very luckily, I mean, our kids had the bears walking up the yellow line when they wrote for the school buses. So we have gotten so many broken promises from so many levels of government, so many common councils over the years that it is hard to believe. And I know everybody does their best, but we've really need something to protect us. And I am so scared what's going to happen to our wells. And, we won't be in our house for many more years, but our oldest son wants to come and live in Laurenville again. Another one of our boys would like to live in Laurenville. It's a great place, great neighbors, great views. And I don't know. So I guess I just had a little written here. So what has being part of St. John brought to us as a community in our lifetime? The loss of so much of our land and our heritage, our property taxes doubled, having the stigma and horrors of a dump literally in our backyards, having to fight for years to get it closed, having our streams ruined forever and the kids couldn't fish anymore in them. The dump never closed out properly, even after all these years, from the mid-90s till now, living in fear of the next idea that the city might have to torture us. Plains Beach being torn up, which we've already talked about, and the barge facility going in, I think it was $8 million was spent on that barge facility. And, okay, we were told 8. Okay, 4, excuse me. Okay, but $4 million, and it's been used one time, I think?
Yeah, it was 8. It was apparently 8. So just keep going.
Anyway, it was a lot of money, and it's only been used once. So I think one of the main concerns is the Birchall Road's been closed forever. We've had a fire in the midst, right across from McGuire Drive, third of the way through our community, came in back at Jill's house. And some of the men in the community, like Lem, went in and fought that fire with the firemen. You can't, there's only one way out. So if you're thinking of bringing all this into our community, and you're talking all of these people coming in to build these things, I don't know what you're going to do with the traffic. I don't know what we're going to do with the traffic. And twice in my time, the road has been closed to let us out of the Learned Road to get an ambulance in because of 2 of the businesses had disasters, and they weren't terribly long, but they were long enough. So I don't know what you're going to do. I remember calling Mr. Norton when they were putting the barge in and saying, if you're going to have all this traffic, are you thinking about us? And now that's just a drop in the bucket to the possibility if this goes through. I just think you told us that Lorneville is a jewel in St. John. It's a jewel in our city. We are part of the city, but we're a unique part. And we're country living in the city. We are so blessed. But it doesn't seem like we're valued for the good, beautiful things that we have. We're valued for what we can do for the city. And after a while, after a good 50 years or more for us, it's getting pretty old and it's getting pretty sad. And I guess that's all I have to say.
Right on for 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I'll take your name.
My name's Leonard Baird.
Leonard,
and
okay.
992 Lorneville Road. I don't have a set out speech. I just made up some notes as we were going along. And I have a few questions. One of them, where some of the counselors are on the Lorneville Industrial Park Committee, is that a conflict of interest that they're also counselors voting on whether, you know, they're in the middle voting on the proponent's position?
We'll take that as a question.
Okay.
Take it away, yep.
Another thing is, you yourself have said that, you know, you were quite excited about getting the grant to plant 1,150 trees around the city and all the wonders that those 1,150 trees would do. But at the same time, we're talking here about cutting down hundreds of thousands of trees for industry. But wouldn't they do much more than 1,150 trees in the city? Does Lorneville, not, it's part of the city, so doesn't that, you know, come into consideration? You know, thousands of trees are a lot more than 1,000. So you're thinking about how much good it's going to do. Well, how much damage is taking out 100,000 trees going to do to our air quality? Another thing I have thought of was if we have industry in Lorneville and how can I put it? They have an issue and contaminate the ground and whatever. And then they decide, oh, we're going bankrupt. Sorry, see ya. Who's going to pay to clean that up? You know, it wouldn't probably not be like the tar ponds in Cape Breton, but it could be the same type of issue. And as one of the guys there said earlier, over off of, on the east side when they had the leak, the diesel leak, look at the mess that made. And look at what happened to the people. Now, when I was younger, and we were living in our house for a while, as we had been told that we could buy our land back if it wasn't used in a reasonable amount of time. I called up, or actually there was a meeting, and I asked the person, how much, or we'd like to buy our land back. You know, it's been 10 or 15 years now. And he said, well, it would be $8,000 an acre. And we got $500 for that, for an acre. He said, but we're not going to sell it to you anyway. So that promise was pie in the sky promise. And that's what we kind of keep getting. Like the dump was going to be closed out properly after 20 years. That wasn't supposed to be there. It was only supposed to be a 2-year temporary landfill. I took when I was younger, a kid, my father would take me up in behind Marsh Creek. No, Mill Creek, sorry. And we'd go up into the woods, and go over to the stream, bend over and drink the water. When my kids were little, I took them up. About a year or so after the dump went in, you couldn't get within 20 feet of the stream because of the stink. It was brown, like the desk here, and it had big bubbles like that. And they tried to say it wasn't the dump. So, we have good reasons in Lorneville not to trust what we're being told. And another issue is the EIA report that we got, after our notice in the blank envelopes. We don't trust them. For starters, they said they did bird survey, migratory bird surveys and plant surveys and insect surveys and all this sort of stuff. Well, they had finished that in June. Do we get the plants and the insects and birds and all that stuff? When they had to do that, it would have been April. You don't always get all your plants growing to find out what could be an endangered plant or an endangered insect or anything. So kind of makes you question those type of, the EIA in that point. And another thing is why we don't trust the EIA reports is because when we were getting the dump closed, they were trying to bring in another, expand it on us. And we weren't even supposed to be on the list. We were promised we weren't on the list. We didn't do anything because we were told it wasn't going to be an issue because they couldn't build another dump on top of where the first dump was. A while later, all of a sudden, we were down to 1 or 2 spots. How did we get on the list? People in the city were upset because we started arguing and making a big fuss. The reason was we weren't even supposed to be in consideration, so why would we make a fuss for a year? And the couple of days before we went to PAC about it, somebody found in the library information from the EIA that was buried that showed that we weren't put on the list until after all the setbacks were looked at. And we would have been taken off the list for every one of those setbacks. So when you wonder why we question and don't trust EIA reports and the companies that do it, we have excellent reasons why. And I don't know. I know you have to make decisions and then this other one comes, the EIA comes after, but you can't trust the EIA reports because, as I said, they're never really what they say they are, as far as I'm concerned.
You're almost 9 minutes, so.
Well, if I have to go over a couple of minutes, I've noticed that the first group are running 26 minutes on one of their talks, so.
That's the presenters for the application, but this is that wasn't part of the public hearing.
Oh. Well, another thing I noticed on the presentation that hydrogen storage and hydrogen manufacturing was on a few different times. Well, that's pretty volatile stuff. And I don't know about anybody else, but you wouldn't want to be 150 feet or meters or 500 meters away from a hydrogen plant. It's not the safest thing. If it goes big. Now, you're also saying with the zoning that you're going to zone it heavy, but you're not going to allow heavy industry in this certain area. Well, what happens a year down the road when somebody makes an application and council decides, oh yeah, we can change that, because you're willing to overlook the 1.5 meters between heavy industry. So what's to say that after it gets approved, you're not going to change your rules again? Because you're not listening, you're not paying attention to the rule that you have of 1.5 kilometers.
All right, I got you at 10 and a half. So appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you. I'll take the next speaker. Who's next for us? Come on down.
Good evening, late evening, Mayor Reardon and councilors.
I'll get you to give us your name, though.
Sorry,
Yeah, right,
Sarah
is that
Betts, 826 Lorneville Road.
Okay, yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for staying. I will try to get through this. I don't have a speech. I can't get through a speech. This is too important to me and my family to get through something like that. I'll be quick. Just like Councillor Killen is home taking care of her little girl or boy, I'm not sure, I apologize.
Yes,
Her beautiful
it's a little
child.
girl.
I'm here to take care of mine. During the process that we went through of sitting long hours and everyone went through, there was a few things that really stuck in my mind. One was one of the representatives said, don't worry, I understand you don't want anything that goes kaboom around your kids while smiling. I don't know if anyone here is a parent. That's not something you smile about when you're telling a parent, we don't want something to go kaboom around your kids. That's important. Another thing is that we're here saying it's going to create so many jobs and it's going to be wonderful. I'm looking around, I don't see anyone other than a few people who probably already have jobs in full agreement with this, who are here to say, yes, let's do this, let's get the jobs. I see people who are here opposed to this. So we really got to think about our community and the people. If they want the jobs that bad, they should be here saying we want them. Can't really think of too much else. Another thing is just, and I'll say it quickly because I know you've heard it a million times. So Mother's Day, Sunday, I was there with my 7-year-old daughter. Instead of home, I was holding up a sign saying Save Lorneville. Holding up a sign that says Save Lorneville at our rally. My little girl has to say, Mommy, why doesn't the city care about us? What am I supposed to tell her? Because they care about everyone else more? Why are we not important? Why do I have to tell her, yeah, they're going to put it, 150 meters, which I don't know if we're supposed to say thank you for that. 150 meters, really, it just tells us how crappy 30 meters was to begin with. It should never, ever have been a thing, 30 meters. 150 meters is measly. And those treed buffers, we all know if you clear cut a bunch of land, that 150 meter treed buffer is not going to be there for long. That's something else we got to think about. This is not just, let's get this industrial in there, let's get these jobs, but we got to really think about what we're taking away from everybody and the future. And people who are coming here, we say that there's lots of people that leave and go to Alberta for jobs. What about all the people in the last few years that came from Ontario? They didn't say, oh, this is a beautiful industrial city. They said this city is beautiful because of its scenery, because of its communities, because of its people. Nothing to do with industrial. So it's just something else to think about. Some people don't It's not all about money and jobs. Sometimes it's about the peace that St. John can also bring. So I think it's something we need to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take the next speaker. Take the next speaker. I'll get you to give us your name and your
Hi, my
address.
name is Bronson McCaver. I live on 2707 Longville Road. Now, I'll just start by saying no more than 3 weeks ago, I just had a baby girl, first one.
Congratulations.
The reason I started with that is it's our 8th generation of McCaver family. Now, we've all been in Lorneville the whole time. Unfortunately, we have been subject to the expropriation process, and as someone mentioned earlier, beautiful Black Beach. Well, our family owned pretty well a whole one side of it. We were all taken away. So basically, over the last 20 years of me growing up, I heard all the stories and seen the pain and anguish in my relatives, my grandmother, grandfather, their brothers. They all suffered greatly through the loss of all our land and being taken away from our homes. Now, I just want you to just think for a minute. Put yourself back to your childhood. Imagine being at your house, 7 years old, enjoying yourself, and then hearing that you're going to lose your home, they're going to bulldoze it, and you're not going to get anything in return. So that brings us to present day now. Here I am, trying to defend basically where we live for now my daughter, and now I'm living in fear of a similar thing happening. Now, we're not losing our houses, but we're going to get something put in there that is essentially going to make it that you don't want to live there, or people won't want to move there, or it's not going to be aspired after. So essentially, I'm asking here, pretty well begging, that this doesn't go through for the thoughts of the future generations. And would you like your kids or yourself have to go through something like this? And it's honestly frustrating. We've put in a lot of time, and the volunteers much more time than me. We're pushing on 29 hours or more. That's not even considering the time they put into this home. Now, you guys are putting your time as well. The only difference is we don't get paid for it. We're doing this out of pure desperation to save our home. So I just want you guys to remember that, and please put that into your thought when you make this decision. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. I'll take the next speaker, please. Next speaker. I'm looking for, okay, here we go. Come on down and give us your name and your address.
My name is Quinn Carvey, and I live in Uptown St. John. I am a St. John resident. I have lived here for 6 years and value many aspects of living in New Brunswick. A high priority for my quality of life is access to nature, including the nature in Lorneville that I use regularly. I have listened to the residents of Lorneville and am deeply concerned about this proposal process. It is clear that this proposal should not move forward until residents' concerns have been addressed. This proposal process has had a lack of transparency that is extremely concerning. No one mentioned a conflict of interest at the beginning of this meeting, yet 2 councillors are on the industrial board. The aim of this board is the keen and aggressive focus on the development of the city's industrial base. The Dillon Consulting rep stated at the beginning of this meeting that it's unusual for the city to be applying on behalf of itself. I agree, this is unusual. The presentation we heard today that was meant to convey residents' opinions was patronizing and was so clearly in favor of this proposal. What is the threshold of opposition that would sway you from redesignating this land? If it's not 100%, as we've heard today, what will it take? The final presentation at the end of today asked the council to consider public interest and not public opinion. This is some of the most condescending language I've heard. Is this a paternalistic government? Do you know what's in our interest more than we can judge for ourselves? There are legitimate concerns about the environmental impact assessment that you today are dismissing because it's not what you're voting on today. That is the next step. That is passing the buck. You know that 99% of environmental impact assessments are passed in this province. You're assuming that a risk assessment will be trustworthy. We've heard over and over and over again how that is not the case. There also seems to be a conflation here with legally permissible and desirable. This entire process has highlighted how limited the existing protections are, that you're saying you're going above and beyond, and that is unacceptable to these residents. Just because it's legal does not mean it's permissible or desirable. There's an entire pamphlet filled with unanswered questions. This proposal should not move ahead until each of these are addressed. Heavy industry in St. John has failed to yield promised economic benefits. This proposal fails to show that the city has learned the lessons of these past and current industrial project failures. The city owes it to the community to clearly articulate the benefits of this proposal. It's clear what the people are being asked to give up. In the presentations, I heard that Lornville is convenient for industry. It's cheaper for them, it's easier. Would you give up your quality of life for industrial convenience? It is simply not the Lornville residents' responsibility to accept this loss of land, loss of quality of life, and risk to their water and health. The province has millions of acres of land held by private industry and leases millions more acres. Residents continue to bear the burden of industrial creep that is unacceptable. Lornville residents have been forced from their land in the past to bear this burden, and is a failing on the part of the city to encroach on their lands and their rights further. History is rife with using fear and urgency to make short-sighted decisions. We heard today that this is a once-in-a-generational opportunity to give up your quality of life for 70 jobs. St. John is at economic risk precisely because of our reliance on industry. I am not swayed by these tactics, and from the scoffing in this room, I don't think that others are either. The city and industrial companies interested in clear-cutting Lornville and filling in its wetlands are in for a rude awakening should this proposal move forward. If they expect the community will accept this injustice, they are wrong. This city has eroded trust. This is not earned back lightly. The proposal seeks to zone the region heavy industrial, and we are expected to trust that it will be mostly light and medium industry. You're suggesting that you want to take a mile, but you'll only use an inch. I am not convinced. The opposition to this proposal is clear, it is justified, and it is organized. I see no ethical way for this proposal to move forward with the people who will be affected most are in opposition. If the point of this hearing is to gauge community opinion and make decisions accordingly, then this entire hearing is a sham if we move forward with it.
The objective here is to hear opposition to the zoning. That's what this is.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about today.
Okay, that's what this is for. Yep.
Well, I'm
That's
giving you my
good.
statement. So, do we live in a democracy? Your constituents are voicing their dissent, and it is your duty to act accordingly. I also want to highlight the hard work and immense amount of time that the Lornville residents and the organizing team have committed to this process. They've read long and technical reports, reached out to experts and elected officials, and held numerous engagement sessions with community members. It is distressing that the Lornville community has had to dedicate an inordinate amount of time over the past almost year in order for the city to address their concerns. I believe the decisions should be made by those who will be most affected. We see here tonight, and the poll by residents shows clearly that the Lornville residents have voted unanimously in opposition to redesignating this land today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak at this hearing, once again voicing my opposition to this proposal, moving ahead with numerous concerns today for myself and that many others have stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition to the application? Come on down.
Hi, my name's Shauna Sands, and I live at 2630 Lornville
Shauna?
Road. Yep.
Sands,
My husband and I moved to Lornville roughly 6 years ago. We chose this community because we love the beaches, the incredible trail system, and how quiet the neighborhood was. We knew eventually this community would be where we would want to raise our future family. We were really devastated with the news that the city of St. John was proposing to expand the Spruce Lake Industrial Park, which in turn would destroy acres of wetlands and forest. The aftermath of this development would displace countless wildlife, contaminate residential water wells, degrade local ecosystems, and indirectly affect the Musquash estuary, which is only one of 14 marine protected areas in that Canada federally protects. And this marine protected area is only just a few kilometers away from the proposed site. All this destruction to build a pad-ready site for developers. Were other locations considered? Isn't there lots of vacant land already cleared for development around the city? Why clear cut a beautiful forest if you don't need to? Putting economic development and destruction of the environment above the health and safety of a community, a city, a province, and an interconnected ecosystem, especially in light of climate change, is simply irresponsible. You've heard tonight that the Lorneville residents are not opposed to industrial park expansion. However, the proposed project site is not an appropriate place due to the significant environmental harm it would cause at a time when the country is in a climate crisis. More worrying is still the redesignation of our peaceful residential community into a hazardous heavy industrial site. The unknown of what could be developed here is frightening to our community. I was 34 weeks pregnant when I received an unmarked letter in my mailbox. I now have a busy 9-month-old who wants to explore the big wide world around him. I just want to make sure that his water is safe to drink and that his air that he breathes is not full of toxic fumes. Given this, I strongly oppose the redesignation as it currently stands, and I ask that you vote no on this item. I ask the councillors to visit Lorneville, spend some time just outside the industrial park, take a hike on our beautiful scenic trails, bike the famous Lorneville Loop, get out with nature. I promise you, you'll want to protect the little green spaces that we have left. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else left who'd like to speak in opposition of the application? Do I need a motion to go? Okay.
Hi, my name's Melissa Keating. I live at 1501 Lorneville Road.
Lois, did you say?
Melissa.
Oh, Melissa, sorry, Keating.
My opposition, I echo everybody else here, but I've only lived in Lorneville for 17 years, so I'm the new kid on the block.
Okay.
I didn't prepare anything, but one of the thorns in my side has been the existing industrial park. It's insufficient in its existence as it is for the medium light Day and Ross, the oversized loads that come through. It's, in case you guys don't know, it's single lane. There's no middle lane. There's no edge of the road. If you go off the road to accommodate a tractor coming at you, you will lose a tire. I've had a windshield replaced, compliments of Brian Irving, because of all the debris that's left behind. Maritime Hydroseed and McGuire's, I've called them many a times, hey, you've left a big load of boulders. So my fight is very minimal along with everybody else's, but I don't see how the existing industrial park would accommodate such a huge expansion as garbage as it is laid out right now. That's my opposition.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak against the applications? I'll ask for a second time. Oh, we've got another person? Should I get the motion? Okay, I have to get a motion. Is this the last person? Because okay. Who else is, how many more people are there? What have we got? 1, 2, 3 people? Okay, I need somebody to give me a motion before.
Also had community members that wanted to speak but had to leave because they have families, they have jobs.
Yeah, I know, I know.
People who have young child.
Yep, I understand that.
To push it.
I understand that, so I'm just trying to decide, see what my council wants to do, if we want to finish up the last 3. Do we want to finish up the opposition? Council?
My only concern is there's residents of the Lorneville community that I am aware of that had commitments that forced them to go home. I'd urge council to give more time beyond just this evening. Here's my concern, if council is looking to complete and tie up all the residents' oppositions this evening, we're doing a disservice to the Lornville community, because it's not that my purpose here is to give them an abundance of time to finish their words and their concerns. And that's why I voted how I did, to adjourn the meeting at 10 o'clock. If this council's looking to kind of filibuster this, for lack of a better word, filibuster this process, we're not gonna get there. We really do need, at the 11 o'clock hour, we're going to have to adjourn and continue this and give more time at another scheduled meeting for Lornville residents who have already participated in the process fully and have to get home to little ones. Speaking not only as a counselor, but as a dad myself, we do need to do that.
All right, Councillor, we will do that then.
Thank
I
you.
will just hear from Councillor Ogden quickly, and then Councillor
Yeah, I'm in
Radwan.
agreement with Councillor Norton,
sounds
but
good.
I'm just wondering, do we have to wait 2 weeks?
Yep, you do have to wait 2
We
weeks.
couldn't
'cause
go
that's
on a
when you're back
Wednesday or
again.
Thursday night or anything?
No, that's when you're back again. Councillor Radwan?
Okay.
Just quickly, Mayor, I just want to make sure that anybody who wants to speak tonight is able to come back in 2 weeks' time, because if not, I'd like to
It'll
let
be a
them
Monday,
speak
yeah.
tonight. Yeah, but
Yeah.
maybe they can't
Yeah,
come
no,
back in 2 weeks.
I think Councillor Norton's
so-
right. We need to do that. Oh, sorry. Tuesday after the long weekend, May 20th. Councillor Harris?
No, I was just going to say it was Tuesday, and
Yeah, sorry.
you know, and I think residents still should know as well. You can still write us.
Yeah.
Things can still come in
Yeah.
up until then. So if you can't come in 2 weeks, get
Yeah.
it down on paper.
Yeah. Okay, City Clerk, are you going to stand up and declare the motion, the meeting over, or what are we doing here? You got to put your own
Your
light on,
worship,
yeah.
not required if council wants to adjourn the meeting, because there's still 4 minutes.
Okay, Councillor Lowe is moving to adjourn the meeting. Wait, now, can you put his thing on? For him there, it's on.
I'll move a motion, we adjourn and continue at a later date.
Okay, sounds good. Seconder? Seconder, Councillor Sullivan on the, it's all, before you run off, it's going to be the Tuesday, because in 2 weeks from tonight, it's a holiday. So it's going to bump to the Tuesday, the 20th. Oh, one day. Oh, sorry, Tuesday next week, yeah. Tuesday next week. On the question, all in favor? On the question, all in favor? We're taking it. What? Yeah, 1 week. May 20th, 1 week. I know, I said 2 weeks, it's only 1 week. Yep. Can I just mention that I said they're wrong too? I said they're wrong. It's not in 2 weeks, it's in 1 week. Next Tuesday, because Monday is the holiday. So we will bounce to Tuesday. So next Tuesday, May 20th, meet back here, but not at 5:15, is it? No, it'll be, council will open at
6:30 public hearing.
6:30 is public hearing. Yeah. So May 20th, 6:30, meet here. All right, thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.